Hmm. I did that yesterday. What's up, guys? Hmm? All right, that should do it. You going to bed, buddy? All right, here we go. Chat's fine. Well, it'll be slow to trickle in, so I'm early. Hey, Patrick, I'm early. Yeah, it should be smooth as a baby's ass tonight. The internet. I'm on the new AT&T. Oh, the AT&T wireless home plan. The box come in, and I got a box and a booster and all that good stuff. So we'll see how fast it is. Can you hear me? Okay. I haven't done a sound check or anything. I'm gonna try and get Synchro to call in tonight. I set up the Zoom last night. I think you were here. I think we can get that running. So we'll be able to do call-ins. Yeah. Tell Renee I'm up. All right, I'll let Synchrotron know that we're up to. Yep. They are all pissed off on Timcast because he's not live. They're calling it Griftcast, and they just whoever, whatever, they're not happy about it. I didn't figure it would be anyway, but yeah, I didn't know about it. I'm real IRL in my real life. I got a kid I'm trying to get to sleep, an autistic, nonverbal kid. I got an 11-year-old. He's fixing to leave and go to his other grandparents at night. So, yeah, this is real world. This ain't recorded, so it's not going to be as pretty. I don't have the little flashy. I mean, I have the free opening. What's up, Miss Renee? How are you? Go steal us about 5,000 people from IRL. Yeah, he's on Timcast. I need about, we need at least about 500. I need some subs. Oh, shit. Timcast is falling apart. I think it's going to fall apart. I hate rap. Well, I don't know. I don't hate rapping. I like doing it if I don't have kids in my way and I can spread everything out the way I want it. And I have all my dogs put outside. No, I'm saying go over there and chat and use your Supergirl woman powers and your popularity and bring us some. Use your female aura to drag them across. Kicking and screaming, I don't care. Tell them we're live. Shit. Where'd you go? Trying to think of a store I like to go to in the mall. I don't go but once a year, and it's to buy Christmas stuff for certain people. And we used to call it Hot Topics, but it's not that anymore. It's something else. I mean, we used to call it Spencer's. Maybe it is called Hot Topics. It used to be called Spencer's. Ugh. No, thank you. My dog's so dumb. Old Navy, there's an oldie but a goodie. I kept hearing they were going out of business, but I don't think so. In my old town, there was a furniture store. I swear it was going out of business for 10 years. Going out of business sale every 6 months. I guess that was their thing. Oh, okay. I don't know. I know Forever 21 or wherever it is, it was in a strip mall. And then right by that strip mall, they built their own building. Yeah, I told him. So told him he's gonna have to be the first calling too. I wonder. What's up, dude? Bring him with you, bro. No, I wonder if I got if I downloaded a karaoke program and just play the karaoke background music, if that would be considered copyright. I don't know. That's what I'll do. I'll stick that in that corner where my face is so I ain't got to sit and look at my own face. You already know it ain't gonna get no better. Ah, I just accept it. Sweet right there. That'll be good. Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. Bring him over, dude. Tell him to bail. We'll talk about real shit. You can call in, educate him. I think a lot of people are down with IRL. I think the people that were left this whole Candace bullshit thing, now the shooting thing, I think a lot of people are just like, okay, I'm done. Oh, cool. I haven't seen it. Um, I need to do this while I'm sitting here running my mouth. We might as well go ahead and put it on X too. And might as well throw it to Facebook. Yeah, I've watched for years off and on. I always just kind of get disenfranchised with them. All right, it is up on X. I have not put it up on Facebook yet. I don't know how that would work. There it is, live stream. Hmm. Let's see, what else did I do? I haven't ever used this before. This could be public. I don't know what this is going to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah, I have to. Again, a lot of it depends on who the guests are. All right. That'll either bring me a bunch of haters in or it'll bring a bunch of people in, one or the other. I really, Eli gets on my nerves, Ian gets on my nerves. Even when they bring Ian on this show, it's like our own inverted. I was like, shit. I'm assuming the audio is okay. Everything looks pretty clear to me, so get them, girl. Use your womanly ways. And y'all can tell me what you want to look at or what morning. Hell, it's Friday night. We can look at what we want to. We can do what we want to. We can hang out for an hour. We can hang out for 5. We don't have any particular format yet. Probably won't. Everybody that jumps on here pretty much knows me right now. So I don't really see no point doing no big introduction or nothing stupid like that. Yeah. Well, we can bring up what we want. If we want to look up something about space, weather, whatever you find on X, something funny, something stupid, I don't care. I'd rather do this and watch something pre-recorded. Wow, their chat is flying, boy. Probably got banned over there because I was telling them we were going live. It's like, oh, you just blocked me or something. I haven't seen much going on today myself. I've been busy doing my crap I got to get done. I'm free for the night now, but yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Please do. Until we want to pull up some free background shit just for fun. Well, it's not total silence when I'm not talking. Problem is I don't have many things to put up. The other one that says it's copyright free, gives me a strike every time and I have to delete it. Better loop it real quick. I'm assuming everything's pretty fluid. There was some political news today, but I don't think it was anything really right home about. President had some polo team out or something like that. There's one guy talking about impeachment again. Pull them up. Let's see which ones. It's not going to work. Look at some pups in one corner and get that main line. Give me just a minute, guys. Nice. Haven't seen that. Let's see if I can find it. Farmers spraying shit at the door. Let me look. This is over a year ago. What I'm looking at. It's a short too. Son of a bitch. Huh. Yeah, but didn't it go to shit after he was on? It went quick too. All right, cool. I'll pull it up off there. That makes it even easier. Thank you. So that one, look for it. If you got it, I'll just pull it up. Oh, wow. That is something else. All right, let's see. Uh, so nasty. I did not see that. Slow down. Hold on a second. All right, this is about as big as I can make it. Let me see. And that's literally shit they're spraying. Oh, wow. That is hilarious. Wow. Well, welcome to Crazy World. Oh, they can do whatever the hell they want to over there. They control everything. All right, let me go back to, I'm sure there's something else too. I didn't see it. All right, I gotta play this just because it looks very interesting. Renee, this is the one you sent me. The other one.
Your biggest fear came true. Your beloved pet is suddenly missing. Luckily, you have Google Fi Wireless. It's fast.
Who
Because
is this
every
guy?
second counts when you're chasing down leads.
Hey Meta, what's my
Make this
elevation?
bigger where
Your
everybody can
elevation is
see.
300 feet below
And
sea level.
oh, that'd be hilarious. Okay, this is a Phoenix Trump rally in 2015. Very interesting. And yes, I like the flash. I can go adjust my fire and still be on camera at the same time. I am that fast. Don't know. Good question. Excellent question. I don't know who it is. Call it past cast. Maybe he's just made a fuck ton of money and decided to get the hell out. That might be what it's all about. He just wants out of it. He's made his money and he's ready to get out. Sell his little compound. I said little, probably $5 million compound. Yep. Well, they've been predicting that from hell. They've been saying that forever. They were saying that shit in the 60s about integration and all that. That's, you know. They couldn't do it. Find something free to put on in the background. I gotta get this music shit figured out. We got everything else worked out. Now I gotta figure out the music correct. I don't know of any free. Copyright internet. Let's see what this is. Royalty free, it says.
is November 17th.
I feel like you need your daily dose of mini Manson. Just tell me.
All of our fun we're going to all that. This is a bit of a lot.
Good to wear a microphone today, though.
We are here. You are here. We're glad you're here. I hope you
Sorry,
have a
I'm
great
leaning
weekend.
forward and I like crap. Maybe you want to just clip right here, wherever. Might make it easier. Yeah, you think we'd be able to grab a few people up from over there, but I don't know what time it goes off. I think 9. I think some of them just like to complain, though. It's funner to sit and bitch than do something else, I guess. Oops. Well, that was the end of it.
Just, well, what if this happened? It's not just asking questions.
What's up, Kelly? Yeah, this is rock. Well, it's rocking Christmas. Let's see what their idea of a epic back.
New TheraBreath toothpaste powers up your routine.
T-Mobile's Guide to Moving.
Copyright free, it says. You shall see. Yeah, I do too. The only thing I've seen is they're gonna reformat, I guess it's saying. I think, yeah, and I think Vertigo was probably the first one they shut down. Change that. Who's that? There you go. Hey. Love you.
Cheesy fatty.
Oh man.
Oh no, man. A B C D E F G D E F
Yeah. So stick capsules out and show it's not so this internet is a little light tower. It's got little what kind of signal I have. It's working off a cell phone camera. I ain't got a booster for it. Seems to be working really well. So you want to do Zoom? Try it sometime. Gotta try it sometime. video of me. It's going to be a work in progress, guys. We'll share it on here. And now I just got to figure out how to put the pin. How did I do it last night? Copy invite link. I don't know if I can pin two things at once, but we're going to find out. And we're going to replace the pinned. Yes, I'm talking to myself because it's, I don't know why I know how to do this. Now, how to go from here. This is as far as I've gotten. And I have me on top of that. That is weird. Okay. I don't even know why it has me. Right now, it's just me in the room. So, whenever you're ready, synchron, just synchrotron call, whatever the hell you do. And we can all visit for a little while. We'll get this shit figured out. Get my mic turned up. Y'all can hear me good. Hmm. All right. The experiment is running. Choose from a list or type to filter. Channel activity, replace pinned message, report, remove as moderator, hide the channel. Ah, you can do it. Okay, no, note to self, don't do that again. Oh, they're super chatting the shit out of them over there. Wow. Okay, evidently it's true because they're reporting over there in the super chat that U.S. fighter jets just entered Venezuelan airspace. What's up to stop Russia and China from doing to Venezuela what we did to Ukraine? So, hmm, evidently we are. All right, I went over there and did what I could do. Told them we're live, we're doing call-ins, and oh, dude, you got the moderator thing. You shouldn't be censored. Yeah, I got a dog scratching my door, driving me crazy, but he's gonna stay outside. Yeah, I think we should bring you in right when IRL goes off. I think it's when we're gonna get maximum. You'll be able to get your idea out to more people. Is what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all can hear mine outside hollering. He's woo, woo. Starting to howl. Oh, ah, well, hello there. How are you? We are just hanging out and trying to figure out what the hell's going on with this war crap. And for something you want to cover or talk about, just let us know. The Philippines, cool. Well, welcome. Tell all your friends, invite them to join. By the way, y'all hit the like button, please. It'll help the algorithm. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sincerely. The Philippines. I don't speak Filipino. Evidently, they speak good English, though. Yeah, I know. Type very good English. My wife's uncle, he dated a lady from the Philippines online for a long time, and he went over and oh, you're doing great on English. That's awesome. He went over and he married her about 5 years ago, and she's been living over here 5 or 6 years. How long has Jim been married to that lady? 5 years? He's been married to her 4 or 5 years. She's from the Philippines. He went over there, married her, brought her back. They live right below the hill. Happy as can be. She works at she was a teacher in the Philippines. Over here, she works for Walmart. and sends money home to her family and all that all the time. So I think it's worked out pretty good for her and him. I mean, he's got a spouse now. Just hmm. Well, you never know. At least I know we're out there. It means we're on the internet anyway. I'm not shadow banned yet. All right. Y'all visit a second. I'm gonna go check out this war shit going on, supposedly. Oh no, that's gotta get out of the way. I wanna go see what they're showing. Where do I wanna go? Uh, this will be live. I just want somebody I can trust. I don't want to put some bullshit up there. Of course, I do. You trust these days, right? All right, let's go with this.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder.
We'll see if we believe it or not. Give me just a second, guys.
Success? I'm getting reports. Now it said it's so like that. I'm not going to say that. All we know is that on the radar, multiple U.S. fighter jets have breached Venezuelan airspace and then they all went dark. That is what we know. So we're going to stick to what we know here. Are drones on the radar? Let me check. I don't see any drones on the radar. Let me look. Wall. Okay, hold on. Rhino 61 appears northbound. It is pulled out of its race track pattern and now appears, I'm going to take a picture of it for you, and now appears to be heading north towards Puerto Rico. Give me a second. All right, this is the latest with Rhino 61. That is just off the coast of Venezuela, north of Aruba. It is now north. It appears to have pulled out of its racetrack pattern. Yes, it is. Okay, we're gonna go live. We're gonna switch to the flight tracker. Hold on, we're gonna watch it. Is it making a run for it? Looks like Rhino 61. Hold on, I'm gonna get it on the screen for you. All right. It appears Rhino 61 is now northbound. You can see it right here on your screen. We'll zoom out a little bit. This is the American plane with its transponder on. It appears now headed for Puerto Rico. Let's see if we, okay, so there are a couple planes up over Venezuela. There's a plane also right next to the fighter jet. All right, Rhino 61 is northbound. It is turning. It appears to be bound for Puerto Rico. So some are saying that we're just spoofing the radar. Dude, anything is possible. But the flight radar shows multiple planes entering Venezuelan airspace. Hold on one second. More information is coming in. All right. Oh, it's turning. Hold on. All right. Rhino 61 is turned. Rhino, it is paused. Rhino 61 is paused on the screen. It's about to go dark, folks. Oh, we got a stupid ad. Another dumb ad. Guys, now it's turned again. What is going on? Now it's flying at an angle. We're all watching this in real time together. Rhino 61 turns south. Now
He might be full of shit. I have no idea. I'm just showing what they're saying. Look at what other people are saying. So take it for what it's worth.
now headed northeast. Let's zoom out and see if we can get a projection. It appears, no, it's turned around. Rhino 61 is now southbound, heading back towards its racetrack pattern. Roofer Terry says $20. They're trying to get the Venezuelans to fire upon them. If the Venezuelans do that, it'll be the last thing they ever do. All right, it is now heading south again. We're going to just make sure you can only see this one. It appears to be heading back into its racetrack loop. For those of you who are just joining us, radar shows multiple F-18s, multiple American fighter jets breaching Venezuelan airspace. All right, I'm going to go hop over, see what the updates are on X. if we have any.
I'm gonna switch to a different guy.
All right,
quick.
I'm getting reports. Now it's headed. So we're gonna pull this one off. Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting information here. The skies over Caracas are clear. We do not have any planes that have taken off from Caracas. I wonder why we have so many people following that.
On the 12th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 12 branches striking, 11 days.
Rhinos circling.
He's saying the same thing basically.
Oh, this is wild. Not one media outlet's talking about it. Even if the media could like put out a comment from the Pentagon or something about, you know, that going in, nothing yet. No confirmation. And even they could come out and say, well, that's not true. But even if they said it's not true, it could be true. And even if they say true, it could not be true. They could be lying. No comment.
I'm saying there's no way to know if it's true or not true.
Trump threatens land strikes soon and sanctions narco nephews. Narco nephews. His administration sanctioned two figures known as narco nephews. What is this report by the BBC? 10 hours ago. Putin sends Maduro government support and phone call. President Putin has expressed solidarity with the Venezuelan people amid growing tensions between Venezuela's leader Maduro and the Trump administration. The Kremlin said in a statement that Putin spoke with Maduro by phone and reaffirmed his support for the Venezuelan leader's policy of protecting national interest and sovereignty in the face of growing external pressure. It's interesting. Asked about Trump's response to the call during a news briefing, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt said, I don't think that would be concerning to the president at all. I personally think Putin and Russia is going to stay out of it. Though a lot of the weaponry that Venezuela has is Russian. Rhino 61 still circling out there. What's going on here, people? While this is going on, 11 hours ago, they said migrant deportation flights in Venezuela will continue, U.S. insists.
I'll get it bigger.
We now have a U.S. reaction to the Venezuelan claims that the government in Washington, D.C. suspended a migrant deportation flight to the country. CR Post 1432. A U.S. government official insisted that reparation flights to Venezuela will continue. Deportation flights to Venezuela will continue. "12 hours ago, oil tanker headed for U.S. port. The tanker seized on Wednesday off the Venezuelan coast is set to sail to the U.S. port, the White House has confirmed. The White House press secretary fielded several questions last night on the U.S. seizure of the tanker, which he said was a sanctioned shadow vessel known for carrying black market sanctioned oil, known as the Skipper. Press secretary said the vessel will sail to the U.S. port where a formal legal process will take place to seize its oil. Oh, search and seizure.
Well, for right now, that's all I know. I'm gonna leave the guy right where he is. And we'll come back to it in a minute. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on. Super A videos. Wow. Hadn't heard that in a long time. I wouldn't know where you get a Super 8 player from.
It's great to have Victor. The left has been kind of pushed back, but in
Yeah, I used to run one at school. I always ended up running the damn projector with the feeding it to the machine and through the little curves and then back up to the big one in the front that pulls it and all that. Yeah, I used to run one of those in school. I know what the hell I was doing. I was just showed how to do it, so I did it. And then when you got done, if you didn't turn it off, it would sit slap with the end of the film hitting the spinning. Yeah, it was more like point and push or turn a knob. Now we had one when I was in school. We had them. I can't remember a damn thing we watched on them, but we did have them. Yep. And then they'd have to cut, they'd have to splice it. Yeah, if you're a good AV guy, it's funny what you could splice into there too. You know, I'm from East Texas, and I don't know what year this was, but someone worked at Channel 7 News or at ABC News, whatever. No, it was Fox. I think it was during The Simpsons. They spliced in like a 15 to 20 second. Well, they spliced or they hacked. I don't know how they did it. And they threw porn on live TV for like 15 seconds. Yeah, it was not good. People threw a fit. I want to say it was in the late 90s, like 96, 95, mid 90s maybe. But people lost their mind. He's still showing the same thing. We'll see. He's just staring at the screen. He ain't even saying nothing. Hell yeah. Fishing wire holding or fishing line holding the ships up. Might as well. That's how they made the moon landing. Just bigger scale.
That was crazy though. You gotta admit that was crazy. Oh my god. We saw it literally like going in like that was insane. And it happened over an hour ago now.
I'll leave this guy running. I'll be right back. Well, I can't hear him.
I'm trying to get some Trump threat.
Or he's just not saying nothing where we go.
Yeah, people are circulating the video of the defense minister. It's in Spanish, but he basically said, um,
Yeah, I saw one in
again,
Spanish
people,
too.
U.S. must understand that government is an instrument of war. They intend to send your young Americans back in their homes in black body bags and coffins. Oof. Many people feel that it went in. Um, it went over into Venezuela airspace. It was at 27,000 feet. It was moving at 424 miles an hour. But nobody knows what the confirmed target was, uh, if there was any strikes, final destination, no formal announcement from the government. Rhino looks like it's moving a little south here. Reading some of a post from an account called Gunny's Adventures. War analysis, why it matters. Fighters do not accidentally cross sovereign airspace at altitude with transponders on. This is either deliberate signaling, probing, or execution rehearsal. Doing it openly suggests confidence in air dominance. Good point. You're doing it open. Operational context. growlers, which we saw at the time down there facing Venezuela as the F-18 Super Hornet was coming through. Growlers already positioned to suppress Venezuelan radar. Tankers staged to support extended fighter ops. ISR assets watching reactions in real time. CSAR helos pre-positioned in if things go sideways. Possibly this could be a door check on Venezuelan air defenses. It's a signal of control of the air, not occupation of the ground. Also watch for radar outages. Again, we posted earlier that they're saying the internet is still up in Venezuela as far as the internet. Now, if we see another one going, here's the thing, folks. You had literally the rhinos up there where that Rhino 61 is, and you had one that just went due south, like it was like it's time, and one went. Now, the fact that it was going closer and closer and closer, and it just went. To me, I think it went across. I think it went across into Venezuela. On what for?
That's great, guys. And cut. Cool cars, right? Yeah. I'll be back.
Whole pattern. Looks like it's starting to shoot a little south here. Probably turn around. Let's see. Let's see. If it keeps going, if it keeps going down towards Aruba, I think it's going to make its move. Wow, watch what's going on here. Is it going to turn around? Look what's happening. What do you see? I don't see it turning. I got the command to go in. All right, look at this. I think it's making its move. Ah, look what we got. Look what we got. In a second, we're going to zoom in some. Rhino 61 seems like it's going towards the coastline. Full throttle. If you cross farther south than Aruba, I think it's what do you think? 260 knots, 26,975 feet. F-18 Super Hornet. Wow, look. Now the other one went, you see the little peninsula there? Rhino 51 went on the right side. This looks like it's kind of going on the left side, going in, if it in fact goes in. Scouting. Getting real again, folks. We can keep it out expanded here a little bit because we want to see it relative to the Venezuelan coast. Over, sniffing around. People say sniffing around. Hmm. 51. We never seen what happened to 51. Now we're dealing with 61.
Yeah, we are. He ain't showing much. I had to go take care of something real quick. Took me a minute. Sorry. Yeah, we're gonna get Synchro to call in, Synchrotron. Whenever he gets ready, I think we're gonna wait till 9. Let's see. Because it will be the first. I mean, I got it up and running, but it'll be the first time we ever had anybody. It's an experiment. Yeah. Now I've got the room up. It's empty. The link is pinned in the chat, so whoever or whenever Synchrotron, but anybody else that wants to come on can go ahead and get up in there too. I got to figure out how to work this thing somehow anyway. It keeps changing. Now it's going to take us a minute, guys. Just be patient because this is the first time I've ever done a call in. So I don't know what I'm going to have to do to. It may go smooth as all get out. I don't know. But I am here waiting. We are here waiting. I'm glad everybody come by. We was hoping to get some good numbers tonight. We're doing pretty good. We got 5. That's about average what we get. Well, that's better than average, but it's been the newest average. And we'll go from there. We're on Facebook, X. I didn't restream to none of the other ones yet. I ain't messing with that. I hear you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now that our I don't want to say it too soon. Now that my data issue is not as big a deal. Oh, that's good. All right, there's Synchrotron. Now, I'm going to try and bring him up. Or he may already be up. Go ahead and try and talk, dude, and I'll see what happens. Mute. Ask to unmute. Oops. Hold on.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello, what's up, man? Can you hear me? I heard you for a second.
Mine should be unmuted.
Yeah, you're good. Can you hear me?
But
Yeah, we can hear you.
I guess there's a delay. I'm not getting audio through the Zoom meeting. I'm only getting audio through the website, and there's going to be too much of a delay to use that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what I can do, bro.
Yeah, I just now hear myself coming through. So like the delay is huge.
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out any adjustment I can make real quick.
As I'm poking through the options, I can't figure out how to get.
All right, how about now? Can you hear me now? I unmuted myself. Can you hear me now?
Okay, is that you through the Zoom meeting now?
Yeah, I'm in there now.
Okay, now I can hear you through the Zoom meeting. All
Okay.
right, so the lag is gone.
So that was my fault, not yours, bro. I
All right.
apologize. Welcome.
Oh, yeah, I'm half here at least.
Hey, we did it. We're up.
Yay.
So what's going on, man? You said
I'm trying to.
you got half your season ready, you said.
Well, I've got half of the episode ideas. There's a script, there's a partial script for two of the episodes, and then there's kind of the general idea and the title for most of the rest of the first season. And I've got some cool ideas for some subplots that will run throughout. At least I'm figuring I'll plan for at least 2 seasons. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do the reveal on these subplots though, but I think they're pretty good.
Cool. Excellent. Excellent. That's awesome. I know you can do it, dude. I know I can tell just by talking to you, you're a smart guy.
Well, I can do it if I can find a good AI program to actually make the video, because like I'm way too tired to do any type of like hand animation or do this shit myself. So the only way this is going to happen is if I can find an AI that will actually make the video from prompts. And I can probably do that pretty good.
Yeah.
But
Well, then it's just gonna
like
be expense, you know. 'Cause
that sleep study I had last night fucking wrecked me. I didn't get out of bed until 3 this afternoon. It's just 9 now and I'm ready for bed again. So
really,
yeah, I told you, dude, like I sleep 12 to 14 hours every day. And if I exert myself in any way, it's worse than that. So like I'm not just a little sleepy. I'm like totally destroyed every day.
damn, dude. So did they keep you up, or I mean, how'd they?
No, I got to bed around 9. And they got me up at fucking 5, which was not anywhere close to enough sleep for me. And then I had to drive almost 2 hours after that. But I don't really sleep well unless I'm at home. I have a lot of trouble sleeping in other places. So I kind of slept so, and then I only got like half a night's sleep. So then when I got back here, I had to go back to sleep and I slept like 5 or 6 more hours once I got here.
Okay. Well, damn. Well, hopefully you'll sleep good tonight.
Probably.
Hell yeah. Well, we got Piccoli in. How you doing? Um,
The hell did Renee manage to do her sleep study at home? That doesn't sound fair. I had to drive almost 2 hours. Come on.
yeah, they have them where they can, you can do them at home. I know here local they got where you can. I don't know. Um, but to really, did you do the EEG? Did they put the probes on your scalp
Yeah,
with the
they
gel
did the
and
scalp. They did the scalp stuff and this tube that they had stuck halfway up my nose that fucking stunk to high heaven all night long.
oh, that'd make it hard to sleep right there, just a tube in your nose.
Yeah, and then all those wires and like I toss internalites, so I had to worry about unplugging stuff and like the thing came off my leg twice in the middle of the night and the guy had to come in and reconnect it and the finger oxygen sensor came off and he had to come tape a second sensor on.
Gotcha. I think that's probably the difference between yours and Renee's. Theirs, they probably did on her. They probably didn't do the EEG part, which is looking at the brain waves, beta, theta, alpha. Um, they might have just checked her for sleep apnea, looking for dropping O2 sats and maybe stop breathing, put a little tag on your chest that measures your chest rising and so forth. So it probably was a little bit different. But anyway, hopefully it
Well,
works out for you, dude.
I hope to God they find something. At this point, I don't care what they find, as long as they find just anything that they can treat, because it's been like this for a fucking decade, and I'm sick of it. I'm over it.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Well, I'm always looking at journals and medical. Of course, I'm a medical person, but if I ever see anything out, I'll let you know about it. But yeah, hey, this is awesome, dude. I appreciate you calling in. This is cool. We finally made it happen.
We got to figure out how to get more than one person in. We can have a roundtable discussion.
Yeah, we can do that. I think we could do it right now, actually. Now that because I don't have anybody muted. I did you by accident. I have to keep myself muted, or I unmute myself in the Zoom, but I mute the desktop. Um, yeah, it's working great. It got rid of that lag. So, Cosmic, call in if you can, and we'll do a little roundtable thing.
Tell us about the ghosts.
There you go. Just see that Bigfoot I sent you?
I did see the Bigfoot.
I don't know if that thing was real or not.
No, there's no way it was real.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Especially carrying a deer on its shoulder, and it looked at the camera. Come on.
Yeah, did you see the eyes? Yeah, exactly. But I saw it, and the moment I saw it, it made me think of Inverted Worlds. So I thought, okay, I got to send it out. Yeah, it was funny.
I'm gonna pull something up. I want to tell you guys about one of the episodes that I have an idea for with this sitcom that I really liked.
All right, let me see if I can unmute Renee. She's here. I'm asking her to unmute. Let's see if it works. And if you can go ahead and say something, Renee, see if we can hear you. Might have to do it.
Yeah, I did it in my app too.
Okay.
It tried to send me to the browser first, but I forced it into the app.
We'll give it a minute. Give her a minute. It's going to be
What the heck is going on?
a process to figure out.
Well, now my app is acting up and I can't bring it to the front anymore. What the hell is going on?
Well, I can hear you. Okay, here's Renee as All right, go ahead, Renee.
You got it?
There
Oh
you
God,
go.
that was so loud.
I'm sorry.
Let me back her down just a little bit. All right, go
Bro, we
ahead.
are fucking live.
We are here.
Where are you? Where's the video? Let me put you on my TV so I can see you. Where are you? There you go. So the only ghosty shit, last night we were chilling. My daughter sleeps with me, my oldest, whatever, when my baby's not here. So last night, she was looking out um the doorway and she saw a person that was literally white, like a mannequin, white.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That
She
sounds
was
like a
fucking
gray.
freaked out.
What do they call them? The
Yeah, she was.
grays?
Yeah, it had no face. He was just standing there staring at her, peeking, white.
Oh, wow. Huh. Don't give me like that. Wow. I have no answer.
Yeah, but I got a porcelain doll that I've had since I was like 11. So we put a rosary on it the other night because we figured she's gotta be haunted because you can see her like looking at you and she's literally the only thing that I have from my childhood, you know? So like there's gotta be a purpose why she's sticking around me so long, you know?
Right.
Like almost 30 years, you know? So
Huh.
shit. So we put a rosary on it. Yeah. What y'all up to?
Well, right now I'm being pissed because I can't get this stupid app to come back up. I don't know, it's glitched out on me. I can see it at the bottom, but every time I click it, it won't come back up. Huh.
Huh.
Oh, I see what's happened. It's gone.
There you go.
Oh God, how did that happen? It's like turned into a thumbnail.
A thumbnail.
There it is.
Ooh, I like this.
All right. Well, this is pretty cool. Now, this is kind of what we were going for. More of a round table
Yeah,
type thing where everybody can throw in.
Yeah, I've got a webcam I could hook up if I wanted to, but I don't want to.
Okay. Well, let me turn it on.
No, it's unplugged.
Oh,
Cam on. No, I'm just kidding.
oh sorry. I got you.
No, I was just fucking around. I was just kidding.
Yeah, I am in the top right corner. And right now, I don't have anybody on video. I just have everybody on audio. Nobody has a webcam on. So, yeah, you got to look at my ugly ass.
Ooh.
It's all right. I'm
Yeah.
getting older and grayer.
I am jealous that you got the brain waves because I just got that apnea. I had that one with you tape the finger thing and then you have to like wear the chest thing or whatever.
Mhm.
And my shit kept falling off too. And I was worried that that would affect the results, but they said that they like know that, so they account for that.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah. But the one with the
good.
EEG, that's what I call the real deal. They're, they're,
Yeah.
they they measure your brain waves when you go into REM sleep. Um, all the different brain waves, theta, alpha, beta, all that crap that comes off of, and they can,
Sorry,
there's,
later. You got it.
there's a lot they can tell.
Well, that's what I should have had because I don't go into the deep sleep part a lot. Like it's mostly light. So I should have gotten that. They're ghettos. Whatever. I don't even go there anymore. I threw my machine out.
Yep. Oh, shit.
Well, I had weird dreams all night, so surely they got some good data.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. And then neurologists will probably, trying to think of who reads those. A neurologist, if it was a sleep apnea issue, a pulmonologist would be reading it.
Yeah,
Um,
pulmonology. Yeah.
yeah, so I think it's kind of depending on what they think the issue is. But hey, at least you got it done. Maybe they can get you some answers, dude.
Yeah, I hope so.
But
Yeah, that's me too, Patrick. Right before the alarm goes off.
Yep. Yep. 2 hours before it's time to get up. That's when the good sleep starts.
Yep.
yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, if I
Yep.
had
Yep.
my choice of sleep would be like from like 2 a.m. to about 10 or 11 in the morning. Like if I didn't have anything, any responsibilities, nothing to do, because the best sleep is like from like 4:30 in the morning till like 9. for me. So,
Well, I got tired of getting woke up by the sun, so I put aluminum foil over the windows in my bedroom, so
oh, there you
I don't
go.
have to worry about what time of day it is. At least, yeah, it was really getting bad because then when I wouldn't sleep well at night, then the sun would come up, and then like I can't sleep unless it's pitch black at all. So I was really sleep deprived a lot before I did that.
Oh man.
Yeah, when I work night shift at the hospitals, um, when I have to go home and sleep during the day, I put full over my window. I could not sleep with the light, even coming through the window with curtains and the little blinds. You turn the hell, I don't know what kind of blinds they call them.
As
Anyway, I ended up putting
Venetian, yeah, those things are garbage.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're crap. So I folded it out and made it pitch dark and got it cold, and then I was able to sleep good.
Oh, I can't sleep like that. I need the TV on, and then I've been sleeping with listening to Truth Teller on my phone. He talks about the Jews and Epstein, you know. So
Oh man, I can't do that sleep. I will have trippy dreams.
no, it's good. Most of the time, I'm not sleeping because they're all like talking. Last night, some guy came in, this lawyer Sam, and they were like tearing him apart. They call them pinatas. It's so funny.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, no, I couldn't. I used to. I listened to the radio at night when I was a kid, and then um, as I got older, but when I got, I don't know, past 30 or 40, I have to turn everything off. I like a fan at night. Um, just regular
Yeah, I
old.
gotta contact them too. Cause what the fuck? Why? Yeah, you just got them for your birthday, right?
I just got some wait. Oh yeah, I think I did.
Yeah.
So like
I sleep with a fan too. I have a box fan that's like literally 2 or 3 inches away from my head, and I sleep with it on high every night.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
have really, really sensitive hearing, like unnaturally sensitive. And plus I have that ringing in my ears too. So like if I don't have a fan, I'll hear every time a mouse farts, and I'll hear this ungodly loud ringing noise all night long. So I have to have the fan.
Yeah, I am the same way. Really wicked light sleeper. You could whisper and I'll hear it. My oldest was playing Xbox the other night and I couldn't sleep because I could hear the thumb toggles fucking around.
Yeah.
She didn't even make any noise, but you just hear the clicking and I'm just like, you're driving me crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I like the white noise. Now I can when I was in the hospital and I had them surgeries and I got stuck back in there for 7 days or whatever. I could not hardly sleep at night because you would hear the code 44, well, or code blue or whatever, wherever you were, whatever they want to
I
call it.
did it. Good job.
And that always caught my attention because when I worked there, so what I started doing was I put thunderstorms on at night on my phone, just light rain, thunderstorms. And that
I
was
don't know who Art Bell is. I'm gonna have to look him up. I see everybody talking about Art Bell all the time. I don't know who that is.
Art Bell. He did a show called Coast to Coast AM. It was a night show, come on about probably 11 p.m., maybe 12 a.m. I went to about 3 or 4 in the morning. Um, he talked about basically inverted world, cryptids, ghosts. He had a guy that would call in. It was a call-in show like that, kind of like we're doing now. But he had a guy that would call in that said he was from the future. And Art Bell was a very unique interviewer. He would even entertain some of the craziest ideas that you could imagine. He didn't say, "Man, you're an idiot. You're crazy." Whatever. I mean, he would literally listen to them, and
Yeah, like Papa Shane.
yeah, I mean, yeah, he had the yeah,
Shane does
exactly,
that too.
exactly. I think I'm talking 20 plus years of doing this stuff. He did it a long time,
Mm.
and
I don't think I've ever heard any of his stuff. I've
oh
heard y'all
man,
talk about him before.
Yeah, I haven't either.
definitely we need to, or we can pull it up one night and listen to one on here. Just one of the old stories because he has some. I'm trying to think of the one guy was
It's the coast.
he was a time
What
traveler.
year was it?
Oh God, he looks like Stephen King.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, he does kind of look like it, but a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me pull up. Let me see what I can find real quick. I'll throw it up there.
Got that song stuck in my head still.
I'm sitting there saying we can. It's not can. I'm fixing to try and find it. See if there's any old you. Somebody's bound to have put him on there.
We don't need to get more stuck in the mountains.
Yeah, it was originally Midnight in the Desert. I don't know if I think he was in Arizona.
I do. I got the test. I got it. She just didn't acknowledge it.
You got the test?
Yeah, she gave it to me.
Let me
And
see.
she never told me where.
Halloween special. Nuclear war. God, he did stuff over everything. Let me look up time travel real quick.
I don't know. Look it up. You look it up. Did you look it up?
This will
Okay,
kind of
well,
give
look
you
it
an
up before
idea.
you start doing that and accidentally ruin your shoe. Yeah, you're supposed to. I paid $100 for these stupid knee-high. Oh, excuse me. They were $150 for these knee-high fucking Converses, and now they're black, of course, and there's bleach spots on them.
Oh hell!
And the bottom of the zipper is broken. Like they separate. And we just got them in September.
Really? That blows. All right.
Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm gonna message them probably tomorrow. Wait, oh yeah, Monday I will because they're closed.
All right, guys. I'm gonna throw this up here, and y'all can we'll watch it for a minute. If you want to comment, just say something. We'll stop it. But this is him talking about the time
Yeah,
travel.
Patrick, they're those knee-high like Converses. They go like they tie all the way up, and then in the back it zips. Yeah, my 18-year-old wanted them. I don't know. She wanted them. I got them. I tell her the other day, you're lucky because I always had to wear Kmart shoes and shit when I was little. So you're lucky that you have Converse.
Right. All right. Who is the time traveler? Art Bell.
They've never my kids have never had Kmart shoes ever, like Walmart shoes ever. That's not like a diss on anybody that has. I'm just
Here is somebody
I
who
grew up
calls
that way.
himself single seven.
You know, you
Single,
just do
are
better
you
for your
there?
kids.
Yes, I am. Okay, first of all, thank you for coming on the air.
Well, I don't know
Sure, we'll
which
have
one I
some
want to watch. There's less
tell
lag on
everyone
Zoom,
about
but the
this
frame
after
rate
the
is
New Guinea
awful.
tsunami. I'm quite concerned. The New Guinea tsunami.
Rubbing
Yes.
alcohol,
All right,
70%.
let's begin. You say at the time of this writing, I am in grave danger. Do you think you're going to be
I have
killed?
never used
It's a good
OBS
chance.
for anything
I
other than just
got rid of my
screen
homing
recording.
device,
So all this other stuff you're doing
but
is
they're
new to
still
me.
able. They pick up with me from time to time.
Yes,
And not
Yeah,
I
only
do
do
Kelly.
I have
too.
to worry about my trash
I had a
group,
pair
that's
of
the
Winnie
group
the
I
Pooh
came back
shoes.
with.
They
I
were
have
like
to
those
also worry about
Keds,
the alien
and I
man.
was walking
You're
to the bus,
talking
and
about,
the
you
whole
said
sole of it
Trav
fell off.
T group? Yes, our
Sure.
travel
I
time
still
crew.
had to go to school.
You
I would
claim to be
refuse to
coming
wear
from the
poo
year
shoes.
2063,
was
correct?
like 12. I
2063,
No,
I'm on
that was
the
it was a
scale.
poop joke. It was a poop
Oh
joke.
yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, that went over my head. I'm a little blonde. It's okay.
Oh shit.
No, I picked them out too. My mom thought it was ridiculous, but I wanted them. They fell apart, and she was pissed.
When I had to get glasses in elementary school, I picked the glasses that that I had the most peripheral vision in and didn't care what they looked like. And I had fucking glasses that looked like they belonged on a 50-year-old man in elementary school.
Big old Coke bottle glasses.
Yes.
That's what we used to call them anyway. Yeah, obviously I wear glasses. I've been wearing them since like 12 years old, I guess.
Yeah, that's all I grew up eating Hamburger Helper, wearing Kmart stuff. I'm poor as hell, but I try to make I buy Adidas, but I should boycott it. But they yeah. I try to just give them better.
Right.
Just try to give
Right.
them better.
All right. I want to try and let me play this for y'all real quick. And y'all, I'm going to mute this and then I'm going to play this. And y'all tell me if y'all seen this guy before. He has a guy named Jonathan on here. He is a time travel, well, a supposed time traveler. And I'm going to get the audio because it's kind of quiet. I'm going to get it as high as I can. So here we go. Let's see if this works or not.
future they're trying to change the weather. What is a paleo ag tech?
Change the weather.
It's kind of boring. I find it fascinating, but a brief description is I was sent back to find the earlier cousins of corn, wheat,
My bad.
tomatoes.
I
things
think
that
I can tell he's
can
talking,
survive
but
in
I
a
can't make
hotter
out anything he's
temperature,
saying.
so we can have them back. We'll use them to splice,
Yeah, I actually
make
hit
hybrids
mute
into
on
the
Renee, I
future.
think.
I've got you, because we need to raise the temperature of the Earth in the future to keep them in away. They can't survive in hot temperatures.
Yeah, I
They need it very
unmuted so you
cold
can
and
hear the
dark.
video better.
So you're not any part of the MIM. You're from our own future. You're a human from our own future. Correct. And the MIM want to cool the planet, as in ice ages that we have had before, to virtually take the planet. The MIM, otherwise known as the Greys, is that's what you say.
I don't hear anything. I don't see the video moving.
The reason is our parsec of space is in a third dimension. You have to look at it like maybe a tabletop as the whole universe, and our part of it is in a bowl. We're very unique in our universe, we found out. The rest of the universe, they exist in somewhat of a fourth dimension. The Big Bang happened all at once. Their history has happened all at once, and the universe all collapsed at once. And they're trying to get into the third dimension here, and that's why they have problems staying here. But you've seen them all through history. To them, it's not all through history.
Okay, guys, this is real quick. I paused it. This is not going to have video because this is a radio show from back in, oh, I don't remember what year this was, but it was radio. So basically what they did was they took a picture of Art Bell and they put the radio, it's just overlaid. Yeah, it's not going to come in through Zoom. But it's just overlaid, so it's not like not like Inverted World or something where it was modern day technology. This is mostly AM radio back in the day. So I'm gonna go cut this fan off so it'll make it a little bit easier to hear.
It happens simultaneously many times. They've been trying to change it. All right, kind of a strange concept to grasp. I've tried to explain this to other people, and this is my biggest stumbling block. Okay, I'm going to try. Now, when did human beings discover time travel? In the year 2051. 51. So it's relatively new. Right, correct. And ironically, and same with the weather control, ironically, it is from NIM technology that we got it. All right, so again, so that we all MIM were not aggressive at first. The MIM are trying to cool the planet. Correct. They're actually trying to cool the planet. So, the humans, you and your group, are coming from the year 2063, trying to modify the weather and make it warmer. Right, gradually warming the planet. So it will be completely inhospitable for the MIM. Correct. And this is where the time gets to be wavy at best. They can travel through time. They don't consider it traveling through time. When they come to Earth at different times. They can't control that. And we think in a linear line, and this is where you have to study a lot to understand this. They exist in all times all at once. And we are following a linear course. That is right. That's the only part of the universe, what we live in, exists that way. And they want that. They want our planet, our resources, or they want in fact, our dimension, our linear way of living in life. We're sure they want the resources as well, but the main reason we feel is that they want the linear aspect of time. In the year 2063, what kind of government do we have? It's not a one world order per se. We do have the UN, which is in charge, but we do have sovereign nation. It would be more analogous to the United States now with different states. If you have a centralized government in Washington, D.C. Although the UN does not have its own armies per se, we do have leaders, and that's who I work for, is the UN, or I did. You did. Now, your mission, though not part of the weather group, you understand well what the weather group is doing. They're coming back, I guess, in large numbers.
Yeah, I
Is
can hear
that
you.
correct? Yes, they have different cells. They come back all through time, gradually changing the climate, and it's culminating now. We only have, well, we have a big argument going on in this timeline about what's called global warming. And the vice president, as a matter of fact, just made another statement about it. I've got it here today, about the month of June being the warmest in all of recorded history. And he's begging Congress to stop inflation that would begin to...
I'm gonna pause it there for a minute because according to Zoom, I got 10 more minutes and I'm gonna have to upgrade to Pro or something. I'm gonna have to do a subscription because I guess this was just free. Go ahead and unmute, Renee.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, no, I just I gotta look into it. I don't know nothing about it.
Wait, what program wants you to upgrade?
Yeah, it says you got 10 minutes left and then you got to upgrade. So
For OBS or for YouTube?
No, for Zoom.
Oh, okay. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, well, that's all right. It'll be can't talk. It'll be worth it. So, but I just got to look into it. I don't know nothing about it yet. So instead of wasting 10 minutes trying to figure it out, sitting here looking at it, I'll talk with you guys. Then I can play this Art Bell thing and check it out after that. So, no biggie. No biggie.
Come on.
But anyway, yeah, that's who he is. And man, he was big. I mean, back in the day, it was the #1 program at night. And he, like you said, he's a lot like Shane. He would entertain some things most people would dismiss as crazy or no way. I'm talking about UFOs and everything else. Area 51. He was big into Area 51. But yeah, I mean, he's a legend. He's in the Broadcast Hall of Fame. He's a really cool guy. I'm not sure what year he died. But yeah.
Even alive. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
But anyway, yeah, it's a crazy world. Who knows if we're in war with Venezuela or Russia or if the whole world's falling apart right now? Who knows?
Venezuela's not going to declare war on us.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think Russia will either. Russia's spread too thin.
There was one of those countries, I don't remember which one it was now, like they had one of their military vessels and they tried to ram, I think it was an American vessel, and like they sunk themselves. They absolutely just tried to ram and sunk. It was the funniest thing ever.
Oh wow. Huh. Yeah, that's kind of suicidal there.
Power wash?
You stuff your spray for the dishes and then you just
Huh.
it out.
Oh, the shit that rots your gut. The power wash? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know, I think so.
No, that's not gonna take bleach off the black shoe.
Now you don't remove bleach spots, that's for sure.
Well, Google says Google said that you can use the rubbing alcohol and like rub it around or whatever, and it should like bleed into it or whatever, but it's not working.
Oh wow.
It's not working. They're ruined. I'm pissed.
You know, they do make a dye you can add to recolor your jeans.
Yeah,
Guys,
that's what I found is that you could just just bleach the whole thing and then just re-dye it. But she's like, that's a lot.
yeah, you can do that.
That's a lot of work. You're gonna have to do it, girl. You're gonna have to.
Hell, that's
Yeah, got.
popular today is buy jeans that have cuts and rips and
I think that looks so fucking ghetto. Like, and them UGG boots, you look like a fucking pirate. What the hell? Like, they're moon boots.
but
The girls with
they are popular.
their Uggs and their freaking leggings, you look like a fucking astronaut.
Yeah, they got the guys that walk around. What are them things called? I call them like nursing shoes, but they're like they're plastic almost. They're not Uggs.
Those things, Crocs are so bad for you. Actually, like if they get
Crocs,
hot, they
yeah,
release chemical, and then it like goes into your body. It's really not good.
yeah. I don't know. I don't wear them. Yeah, Crocs. That's what they are.
Yeah, Crocs are corny.
But I hear they're comfortable.
I've never had Crocs. I think they're so stupid. And they're toxic too. So I'm trying to be one of those crunchy, like organic moms, you know?
Right.
So I'm trying to get away from that stuff. What? Hmm?
I might wear them as house shoes or something. Just slip on, go get some firewood, and come back in. That'd be about it. But I don't even do that.
Not doing that.
Well,
I would
cool.
magic eraser. You can make a magic eraser. We can do that. Toothpaste. We do have that.
Well,
We have that too.
I'm glad that the Zoom worked. We'll have to look at the other part of it, but hey, at least it worked. We've got
Yeah, they're corny. And especially as a man, like I live in a city, okay? So like to see a man in Crocs is hilarious because like you need to be on your toes. I'm sorry, right? You need to be like ready to fight. So if you're a man in Crocs, somebody is gonna knock you the hell out. You're gonna get knocked out of your shoes. Like you gotta be ready. You need sneakers. That's just life in the city.
yeah, but people don't think like that anymore.
No, people here do. Yeah, that's yeah. You don't see you don't see these. No, yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, guys today are different than guys used to be.
No, I know. I told y'all before. I'm done dating because the last one I was with for on and off for 4 years, but there was a car actively driving to hit me, my daughter, and him, and he got behind me so I could protect him from the car. If I didn't pull her onto the neighbor's grass, we would have gotten hit. And he got behind me. So I got home and I told her, I said, don't worry, I got you, which it's my kid. I don't expect my boyfriend, whoever the hell it is, to like, because that they're my kids, you know what I mean? You don't know. So, but I mean, at least be a man, and no, he didn't. So I'm like, don't worry, girl, I got you. And then I was like, where the hell were you? Where were you? Oh, don't
Right.
worry, I'll protect you from the big bad car. Like, no, I'm done. No. Nope.
I got hit by a car once.
Oh, no, thank you.
It wasn't what it sounds like. I was when I was in high school, they made us occasionally we'd walk down the side of the road for like PE class, and the guy's side mirror, like ever so slightly grazed my elbow.
Yeah.
But yeah, he still hit me.
My brother got hit by a train the same way. He was playing chicken, and those handlebar things, the like there's handles on the train parts, and that hit him on the elbow, spun him around, knocked him on his ass. My dad was pissed. All he hears is my brother's. The police are like, your son got hit by a train. My dad's like, I don't know what the hell is going on, So then he sees the son like just screwing around playing chicken with the train.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's crazy. That's crazy dangerous.
Have y'all seen those videos of the Indians? Like how many Indians get hit by trains every year?
No.
No.
Apparently, it is extremely common in India. Like every week, there's several people getting hit by a train.
In India, that's not surprising. They have like no traffic laws there.
No, like people not in a car, on foot.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no. So if they have no traffic laws, imagine what else they don't have. Like,
Wow.
they're probably like, oh yeah, this thing. No, so I okay, so Brandon was talking about how he like had a dream that he was like in the car or something like that, and he like drove off the cliff. And I was meaning to call in, but I didn't feel like it was maybe not appropriate because I did get a death threat, from somebody in the comments in the chat section. So I didn't feel like it was appropriate to be talking about my death, but this is semi, more private. So
Oh, shit. There it went. Sorry. Your free meeting has ended. Get unlimited with Zoom Pro. Well, it was a good experience. Sorry, Renee. I did not cut you off. Zoom did. Go ahead, type in what you were saying. Finish your story. I'm talking about Brandon. I don't know how to show y'all this. Well, I'm going to look at getting the Zoom. I'm looking at it right now. I can't look at it and talk at the same time. I mean, I can, but I don't want to talk over you. It is not bad. $16.99 a month. Host up to 100 participants. Unlimited meetings for up to 30 hours per meeting. Automated captions, team chat, mail, calendar. It's not bad. 17 bucks a month. Which one about that's the one I need, or if I need the other one? That's the only issue. Is which version do I need? Because I mean, let's be honest, it's gonna make it's kind of a make it or break it type thing. I mean, the texting's okay, but I can, yeah. Let's see what it wants. Okay, select the number of users. The minimum amount of user is 1. Why would I need more than 1 user? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Am I thinking wrong? All I need is 1 user, which will be me, and then you guys would come in on your own. So I don't know. I don't even know if Skype's a thing anymore. Probably is. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT real quick so I don't screw up and get the wrong thing. To host a Zoom meeting on OBS, how many number of subscribers do I need on Zoom? Connect my connection and retry. Well, great. I know that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. Let me see what my phone's connected to me. Hold on. If I get a Zoom subscription and I get one user, can I host a room and will others be able to join that meeting? Might be, let's see. Yeah, this is Zoom Workplace Pro. It will host up to 100 participants. So you guys will be considered a participant, right? So that should be all I need. Let's see what it hold on 1 minute, guys. One second. I'm looking about signing up for this. Sorry. Y'all, Renee or Synchron, y'all entertain them. I'm looking this up, trying to figure out how to do this real quick. Okay. I don't know what email I have in here. I have two of them, but I'm going to use the one that I have my password. Okay. Okay. My age. Account with this email already exists. Okay, well, sign in then. Shit. Let's sign in with Google. Check out. Okay. There's my name. Let me finish this. We'll back up in just a second. United States. I don't think I'm tax exempt. 1 second. DVD. Damn, I'm blind. Need more light. Almost there. Almost done, guys. Just bear with me. Okay, 1 second. In all the meetings, I'm going to unpin this. Okay, now that's gone, that's gone, that's gone. All right, we're fixing to be good to go. Let's see how this works. Share. Uh, I've got to get it into OBS again real quick. Hold on. I've got it done. Trying to get it I don't remember how I did that. Let's see. Record doc. Okay, this is different. So I don't know if this will work or not. I did it, but it's not connecting. We're already dropping. So, um, it's just not want to connect the same way to my. Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Let me figure out how to pin it back in chat again. Well, all right, I have a meeting up, and I've just got to figure out how to share the link. It's a little different than what the last one was. Good night, Kelly. Sharing with there. Um, I've got to find a link to this meeting somewhere. That's my problem. Multiple. Just 'cause I'm trying to find. Okay, there it is. Copy invite link. There it is. Finally. I don't know where the hell that thing was. All right. It's coming. Okay. Now, if you want to, you can try again. And we'll see if this works. All right. Here comes Synchrotron. I'm going to unmute.
Oh no, AI companion. I don't like that.
There we are. We are back.
All right. Hold on, let me mute this. I think you need to re-enable your audio on Zoom. Say something again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh no, you're there. Okay. All right. Yeah, I can hear you. Oh God, Renee, why did you send? I didn't want to read that. Oh,
Hello, Renee.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Renee likes wet socks. That always seems to get her to show up. Yeah, one of the episodes that I came up with I thought was really cool. So there's this thing been going around Twitter, and it's such brain rot. I hate it so much. But both feminists and conservatives on the right are trying to say that bikinis are basically softcore porn. That people shouldn't be allowed to wear bikinis anymore. They should be banned from beaches. They should be banned from the internet. So one of the episodes that I wanted to come up with was where both Barrett and Martha in this show, they both get the same idea, and they're both like, okay, Barrett doesn't like it because he's a Christian conservative. He's like, this is porn. And Martha doesn't like it. She says that it's just objectifying women. So they both come up with this idea that they're going to come up with a solution. They're going to come up with this type of clothing that's going to solve this problem. And they'll do this throughout the episode. And at the end of the episode, they're going to go into Overton's house and they're going to pitch their idea to him, but they're both worried that the other one is going to try to steal their idea. So they won't do it. They only will do it at the exact same time. So they both pulled the cover off of their little sketchboard at the exact same time, and both of them have made a sketch of a burqa. They both point at each other and they do this like the Spider-Man meme, and they're mad at each other. And Barrett says, I'm mad at you. You're against Christianity. You're just trying to push Islam. Martha's mad. She's saying, no, you're just trying to control women's bodies. And they end up walking across the room and tearing up the other one's sketchboard, even though it's the exact same picture, and then begrudgingly agreeing that they'll give up the idea and let people wear the bikinis if they want to. I think that's funny because both sides are literally moving towards burqas. Like that's what it's coming down to. They're complaining that you can see their feet and that's sexual. You can see them in a bikini and that's sexual. And it just looks to me like Twitter is going full steam toward the burqa. Some of it is, and some of it's all kinds on there. Yeah, but like I said, it's like both the far Christian right and the feminists are against the bikinis now, and I think that's just so bizarre that they're both against something, but they're against it for totally different ideas or for totally different reasons. Well, I just spent a few more minutes doing some grok. I just spent a few more minutes doing some more grokking, and I didn't get a chance to read what it said because now we're back live. I really want to talk about this, but I don't want to spoil it because I've come up with some really good. Oh God, Renee can't hear us. Yes, we're talking, Renee.
Just turn way down. Okay, now you can hear me. Sorry. Or should be able to.
Anyway, I've come up with a really cool backstory, I think, for Overton that's going to be like a twist sometime probably closer to the end of season 1, and I don't want to spoil it. I'll probably let Renee read it later, but I don't want to spoil it for like everybody. But I think it's really good. I think I've got something really good going on here.
Cool. Hell yeah. Well, like you
Huh.
said, you can't do a whole lot, but I mean, that alone right
Renee
there.
says she can hear me, but not you.
Yeah, and David said it's good now. So yeah, I had it turned down by accident. On my end. Cool.
It must have been through the stream because I've got you on through Zoom and I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, I could hear you too. It was through stream. So yeah, you could take that and use the AI and that dude, I mean, with today's I was reading an article with his about YouTube, and that's one reason why I'm not one reason why. There's many reasons why I'm doing this, but they're gonna be like, I mean, this is the new thing. It's going to continue. It's going to keep growing and growing and growing. It's going to be the Rumbles, the YouTubes, platforms like this. This is where everybody's going to go for their content. ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, Fox News. Fox News is gone as soon as all the old people die, and a lot of them are now. I mean, their average demographic is like in the late 60s. So they're going to be gone too.
Well, I'm going to try to do some of this, but honestly, I feel like the market will be oversaturated like almost instantly because as soon as the average guy like me starts making content with AI like this, there's going to be so much new content of AI online that good luck getting any traction with it because there's going to be 1,000 different shows come out every year.
Yeah, that's true, and that's kind of how I feel about doing this what we're doing. There are hundreds of people right now doing the same thing I'm doing. We're doing right here. Um, a lot of it's gimmick, you know, um, gimmick, or else it's people paying for viewers and subscribers. And I don't do either of those. Now I'll pay to use Zoom, and I've bought the laptop, and I've got the new internet, and all that. Okay, I've done that. Yeah, I've spent a little bit of money, but I'm not going to go buy subscribers. I'm not going to go buy viewers. I'm not doing none of that bullshit. It's either going to be organic and I can grow, or it's not going to. One or the other. Because if you go out and purchase them like people are doing, it spikes and then it drops. And that's not what my goal is. I'm trying to get something where we can just get on here and hang out, keep going. Not trying to get rich, not trying to do nothing like that. Just
Well, now I'm trying to get
organic
rich.
growth. Go ahead.
I said, oh, well, I'm trying to get rich. I mean, my idea of rich is to have running water again and to not be worried about being homeless. But yeah, fuck that. I'm doing it for the money.
Well, I'll enjoy that part too. But I mean, yeah, that part's fine. It's just man, I've been looking for a hobby for so long. I always practiced medicine. I worked 7 days a week, 12 hours or 16-hour days. And then I become disabled. And then I didn't know what to do with my damn self. I couldn't go do medicine. I couldn't even walk. I got tired of watching TV, watching the same bullshit over and over again. The weekends, yeah, you got Monday through Thursday or Friday, you got shows on, and the weekend comes up and there's nothing to watch but reruns. And I just got tired of it. So I started fooling around with AI, started watching Inverted World, started doing some other stuff. And I just decided, why not give it a shot? Well, the more I've done it, the more I've enjoyed it. So it's actually been good for my mental health. And
Yeah, I
so,
can't stand watching TV either.
yeah, I can't stand it. I really can't. So that's why I'm doing this. So I enjoy it. I don't know what else to say. it is what it is. And if it's 6 people we have listening or watching, or if it's 3, or if it's 2,000, whatever it is, I'm good with it. And yeah, if I start making some money, great,
Oh,
you know. But let's see, I started watching Inverted World because Shane was on IRL talking about it. And I literally went at, I'm now mad and shit, talking about it when they did have the new schedule for episode 51. Okay. So yeah, I first saw Shane on IRL as well, and that's when he said, "Hey, I got to leave to go do a show, whatever." And so I basically kind of followed him from one show to the other, and now I watch that show and don't watch the other one very much. Oh
I'm
well.
pretty sure the only reason that I started watching was I think that the chat automatically sent me over one night, and that's what got me kind of watching it. And then I kind of listened to it as I was falling asleep a little bit. But then when they started doing the call-ins, I was like, yeah, I could get into that. I could try that. And then kind of the rest is history.
There you go. Excuse me. I don't like tonight. It was like something you can't turn back. Once we did the call in and it said it's going to end in 10 minutes, I was like, no, it's not. And I thought, okay, how am I going to fix this? I had no idea what I was going to do or whatever. But once, it's like, okay, we already stepped through that door, so now we got to stay there. So we're not going to go backwards. So anyway, here we are.
Yeah, I noticed, where was it now? I had it open. I noticed that they posted again. I called myself looking earlier today and didn't think that they had posted, but apparently they did post yesterday and
Yeah.
said that they're gonna do something. They're still planning to do something, so I don't know.
Yeah, some kind of new format. I don't know what that's
Mm.
going to be. Uh, again, it might be just the fact, maybe Tim just ended the show. Said, I'm no longer going to run this show, and maybe they're him and Brandon are doing something on their own, or maybe Brandon's still
I
working.
don't think that's what it was. I think that they're just not using that studio anymore. That I don't know if Tim told them they weren't allowed to, or if they said they didn't want to go back, but I'm pretty sure that they're in the process of funding a new studio now.
Okay, well, that's probably true. And
Because the show doesn't really cost. I mean, the main part of the show, the price is paying Shane and Brandon. It's like the show itself doesn't actually cost anything to produce.
no, not really. I mean, you and I could do the same exact show from right where we're sitting. All you have to do is do a Zoom meeting, throw you on half the screen, throw me on half the screen, have call-ins, and you can do basically the same thing. Uh, again, you have the salaries involved, but it's not that difficult. I mean, even this Zoom thing, I thought it was going to be really, really hard. Man, that was the easiest part of it. So, uh, I don't know. I hope they get it worked out. They're probably going to do it from home, or I don't know what they're going to do, but I bet money they're back.
Where
Or
did Renee go? She's not been posting anything.
At least
I
I
don't
think
see her in
Shane
chat.
is. Brandon, he might stay with Timcast because he's got the credentials for the Pentagon now. And I don't know who's closer because wasn't Brandon in with Timcast before he got with Shane? I think.
I say that again.
Didn't he close friends with Tim and all them, like running around with them before he got
Yeah,
with Shane and did the
yeah, I
whole.
remember him talking about hanging out with Tim back in Chicago.
Yeah, so, you know, uh, probably a lot's going to depend on relationships. I really don't know. But
I was messing with Renee. I was asking you if you could see her in chat. I've seen her
no,
typing. She said she closed YouTube to see if she got banned again.
yeah, she comes and goes. No, that was there you go. Uh, but no, I think that's the way to do it. And I think this is the way to do a show, or at least for me. Um, is to have the call-ins. Now we're gonna have people that call in here that are if they're drunk or if they get. I mean, I'm not going to depend. I'm not going to let anybody. How do I put this without sounding like a whole asshole? If they get unruly, I'll just kick them out. I don't know how
Yeah,
else to say it.
while I'm thinking about it, I wanted to bring this up. It's cool that you do this. I would actually not do what you're doing on my channel because you can't control what people say.
Yeah.
And if somebody gets on Inverted World and they say something that gets the show taken off the air or something, Tim's got a lot of pull. Tim can get that show put back on the air. You and I can't do that. If somebody comes on and they say something that just flagrantly violates the TOS, we will probably not get our channels back. So I would suggest that you keep the kick them out button just immediately right there.
Gotcha. I totally agree. Especially, yeah, totally agree. Like me and you, I can relax. I know you're not going to do nothing like that, but yeah, I totally agree. That way, if they get out of line, boom, it's gone.
And they might not even get quote unquote get out of line. Like they just might have a controversial opinion and say something like when Renee was telling the plot of that Pumpkinhead movie, and like she didn't realize she was saying anything, and then she got banned.
Yeah.
So they might not even do it on purpose. Tim's had to shut some shows down before because the guests have said stuff that he just had to pull the plug and delete the whole show, and that was it.
Wow.
It's only happened one time that I can think of. I'm sure it's happened more than that, but yeah, he's had to just shut the show down, delete the VOD, and then that was it. Didn't broadcast for the rest of the night, and that was the end of the show.
Wow. Huh. Okay. Yeah. No, that's crazy. And there are people that will do that on purpose, and I know that going into it, there are haters. Then there's always going to be. But yeah, YouTube is very censored. It is very compared to everything else. It is very very censored.
You can't even say engineer. I tried. This was as a moderator on your chat. I tried to put engineer in quotes because that's what they call them over in the UK, the immigrants. And apparently, putting the word engineer in quotes is a slur now, basically. So even as the moderator in your channel, I was not allowed to say that with quotes around it.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. I really didn't.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah,
It's crazy.
Europe is toast, man.
Look, and the AI is going to be able to do this in real time. Like, we can say things like unlived and
Yes.
get around certain things. But look, once the AI starts actively monitoring and actively censoring, it's going to do that in real time. We're not going to be able to get around it by saying those things or by breaking the message up into 2 or 3 posts and sending them.
Yep, I agree. I totally agree. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
Just gonna have to be very vigilant.
I'm terrified of AI. I am more afraid of AI than I was all of the nuclear weapons. Because the nuclear weapons, a person had to launch those, but like AI can choose to be malicious towards us, and then we just won't be able to do anything about it. Like the nukes were never able to take over society. They were just objects that we might lob at each other.
Yes, I totally agree. AI is going to be invasive, very invasive.
I had a conversation with somebody last week. I think somebody was talking to. They're about to do this chat thing in Europe, where they're going to have AI monitor in real time everybody's chats. And I was like, yeah, you think that's great until you pick up your phone and you go to send a text to one of your friends, and the text that you send contains some wrong thing. So your friend never actually gets the text. The AI sees it, it interrupts it, and it doesn't send it to your friend. But so that you don't know that you've been shadow banned, the AI impersonates your friend and sends you a text back from their phone number that's like, wow, that's crazy, bro, or something like that. And you think because they've responded that your buddy got the text, but they never did. And you'll never find out that your friend didn't get that text unless you verify every single text that you send to them in person, and nobody's got the time to do that.
Yep. Yep, I totally agree. Isn't that kind of the idea behind WhatsApp? It's double-ended encrypted or something like that.
I think so. They've got some of those encryption apps, but look, the encryption apps, the data is not encrypted on your device before you send it. And then once it gets de-encrypted on the other end, then it's obviously not encrypted anymore. So the encryption only stops people who are in the middle from getting the information. But if somebody's got access to your device or the other person's device, the encryption does nothing.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Hmm. Yeah, definitely something to think about. That's for damn sure. I'm gonna make it a little bigger for us. Yeah,
All of
that's crazy.
all of this dystopian shit that's happening in the UK, I've seen a lot of people saying like, wow, they're just doing all this all at once. It's because they've got the AI manpower to enforce it now. Like if you wanted to, let's say you wanted to monitor everybody's communications in the country, and let's say you wanted to do that 10 years ago, well, you would have had to have hired half the country as FBI agents to monitor the other half. And then you could still never monitor everybody's stuff. But even if you just wanted to get half of their communications, you'd have to hire half the fucking country.
Right.
And now with AI, that whole meme of having your own personal FBI agent, that's going to become a real thing. They will have the manpower to send an FBI agent to everybody's phone and watch what everybody does, everybody says.
Yep.
It's going to be a nightmare in the next 10 years because now that they've got the ability to enforce this stuff, they're just going to go hog wild with it. They're building a mandatory DNA database in the UK, and they're saying it's for health, it's for that's the other. They're planning to use it for DNA pre-crime. Imagine you're born, you're still in the NICU, and they take this little needle and they jab your foot with it, and they get your blood and they do a DNA test, and they determine that, oh, they think you're going to commit X, Y, and Z crime. You're going to be a thought criminal. You're going to be this. You're going to be that. You're going to be on watch lists before you can walk.
Yep. Yep. I agree. I'm dude, and it's coming. You remember that movie? It was it had Tom Cruise, which I hate saying his name, but
Minority Report.
yes, precogs. They had
Yes.
them. They had the three sisters or whatever that were bathing in the water all the time. It's a very weird movie, but unfortunately, it's looking more. What is it? Science imitates reality, or reality imitates science, or however it goes. Yeah.
They knew that stuff was coming, like how Japan's working on that memory eraser that uses blue light, and it's the exact same thing as the neuralizer from Men in Black. And the color on that thing started as red, but they changed it to blue. I don't remember in which one they did, but they changed it. So like the guys who made the movie and were told to make it this and do this, they got that detail wrong. And then somebody came in after the fact and said, no, it's not red light, it's blue light. There's no way that's a coincidence.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Yeah, there's it makes you wonder if the government or CI or whoever is not writing some of these movies. Look at Independence Day and how that went down, and again, the precog crimes. Who was it? A show the other day said that the CIA and FBI have the right to review every movie script before it's put out. People were
Yeah,
arguing,
so
no,
it
they don't.
turns
No, they
out
don't. But
that's they do, but that's for like the Department of Defense if they use military assets and whatnot. But no, I agree. They're looking at all the scripts and they're doing all this stuff, but they don't have it written in law overtly that they're looking at all of the stuff. Because I mean, if they came out and said that, kind of the jig would be up, right?
right, yeah. David says, I saw a police video of a guy getting arrested in a casino, wrongly ID'd by their AI. Now has a criminal record for someone else's crime. That's
I saw
crazy.
that. I've seen that already. Yeah, it's horrifying. Like I said, I'm more afraid of AI than I've ever been afraid of anything in my entire life. And like, I don't mean grok, and I don't mean this low level stuff. Like,
No.
and I don't think that people need to try to avoid using grok or that stuff because, like I said, the government's going to put and has put trillions of dollars into it. So, if 100% of user level people just didn't use AI, at most that would slow the AI down by like maybe 2 to 3 years. tops.
When you pull up to every light you pull up to now, I mean, everywhere, even out in the country out here, there's a camera on all four lights. There's
Yep.
cameras everywhere. I
And
heard
there's
there's cameras in the street lights.
they're starting to do those flock AI cameras that where the AI is able to, like, you can like Google search it. So like you could go into New York and you could say, find this black SUV that's got a red fuzzy dice hanging from the rearview mirror. And you can type that in, and all those ring cams and the AI cameras will then search and will find that specific vehicle and can track it, and then can bring up all of the video feeds where it goes through. And like, they don't need a warrant to do that stuff. Like, there's already been several instances of police using that to like stalk their exes and stuff. It's
Yeah.
so easy to do that now that it's just horrific. And they don't even need like your license plate. Like, if you get one dent on your car anywhere, there's a little scrape. That's enough of an identifier for the AI to track you everywhere you go. They do not even need to see your license plate.
Wow, that is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I remember the days when they used to stick something on your car to track it, kind of like in Breaking Bad.
Yep.
He went to the chicken place and put the magnetic tracking device on the guy's car. Uh,
And all of the new cars have that shit built into them anyway, like all the OnStar. Those are
Oh.
all GPS trackers.
Totally, totally, and that's all military type. Uh, oh, my vocabulary sucks tonight. Military grade intelligent type stuff. I mean, they gave it to the private. Except I'm not gonna say they gave it, but that's how the private sector got a hold of it. Look at the internet. The internet was made by the government, but now it's made to make money for the government. Uh, I think the original internet was, if I remember right, it was to go between college to college, but
Yeah. And then
quickly changed.
CERN was involved with writing some of the source code for the original
Yes,
internet too.
yes. Now, that's a weird thing. Is they're saying they're not even going to need coders in the future. That AI will be writing its own code. Now that is crazy.
It's already doing that to a large extent. It's not great yet. There's still a lot of problems with it, but like that that video of Will Smith eating spaghetti from like 2022, I think. It was
Yeah.
like nightmare fuel. It was like horrific how bad it is. But like, now that's just a couple of years later, and like it's really difficult to tell these AI videos from real videos anymore. And in another year or two, it's going to be totally impossible for the average person to tell the difference.
Yeah, and that is a problem because when it comes to reporting news or getting facts out, it's going to be impossible to discern what is true and what's not true.
Yep. Already every time I look at something, I'm like, is that real? And I'm gonna go on a soapbox for a second. I'm gonna complain about something else. And now every damn time I see a woman on the internet, I gotta think, wait, is that a dude?
Yeah, that is true.
And some of them are very convincing, and I'm like, I don't like this. I don't
Yes,
like this at all.
especially on X. Yeah, big time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've seen the same thing you're talking about. And if it wasn't for that little bulge, you would not know the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, so yeah, we're both on the same page as that. But
Apparently there's this new trend of actual women, of biological women going to trans forums and posting their pictures and stuff to like, I don't know. I've heard one.
Go ahead. His audio might be messing up on him a little bit. We'll give it a few minutes. But yeah, I know what he was saying while we're waiting for him to get caught back up. Uh, Women that are going out and they're putting little bulges in their panties in the bottom, and they're saying they're trans men with big boobs and all that. But they're
Am I
really
back?
there you go, you're back. Yeah, go ahead.
Um, that it's funny now that like now biological women are catfishing as trans, and I think that's just hilarious. It's kind of dark the reason that they're doing that, because apparently, from what I've read, some people are doing that like to troll the trans people and saying, look how attractive I am after 3 years on estrogen or something. It's basically the same thing as like Jason Momoa going and being like, hey, how do I look after working out for 6 months, to like demoralize other people who are in the gym?
Yeah, that and just I don't know how to say this. I think there's a lot of sick dudes. I don't want to say that. Just a lot of dudes that are into that shit. I mean, the kinkier, the weirder, the more they're into it. And it's I don't know, man. We got a sick society. It's just
I was
sick.
listening to a YouTube video on the way back from my sleep study about this guy who recently got arrested with 144 terabytes of that illegal, those illegal pictures and videos. I don't want to say
No, I
what
got
it
you.
was, but like 144 terabytes. And I'm thinking to myself, how the fuck did he get, like, that is a massive amount of data. How did he do that? And it turns out that he had one of those, it was one of those network attached storage devices. And like, forget the hard drives that go in it. Just the enclosure costs like $2,500. So this dude's got this network grade piece of equipment with like 20 hard drives, like big hard drives in it, just full to the brim of that stuff. 144,000 images, I think they said.
Huh. I don't know,
Apparently
dude.
he worked in some like network company helping like major companies set up their computers and stuff. And like from what I gathered from the video, like the dude's rich, like he lives in a mansion, and that's what he does in his free time is has this inconceivably giant spank bank.
Wow.
I have
That's crazy.
on this computer, I believe my total storage is about two terabytes between 3 hard drives on this computer.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so that guy has like a wide, massive compared to my, like I think all of my storage across 2 computers and my backup drives, I've got like maybe 4 or 5 terabytes.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it's sad that there's such a, I'm not going to say need, but there's such a desire for people to have that kind of stuff. I mean, you was talking about bikinis a while ago. I went on a cruise ship 6 months ago, and there were girls. They swear to God, they were looked like they were. I don't know how they were. Everybody looks like a kid to me nowadays, but they looked like they were about 14 years old, walking around in thongs. I mean, a little tiny strip up the back and a little tiny strip up the middle, and that was it. I mean, they had a little top on or whatever. But people, and they're going up to their dads, talking to them and running off. It's like you're letting your daughter run around in that. It's insane, dude. It's insane.
There's a big conspiracy theory about how like celebrities and how everybody used to look older. And I've seen a ton of people post pictures of this about how it'll be an actor and it'll be a male actor. And they'll be like, this dude was only 30 when he did this. And like, he's got a receding hairline. And the dude looks today like he would be like in his 50s. And people are trying to say it's because, oh, they used to smoke and they used to drink and they used to get out in the sun. And they're full of it. It's the lead and the fallout and all of this these endocrine disruptors, because everybody's testosterone rates, or the men at least, their testosterone rates are so much lower. It makes you look younger for longer.
Yeah.
And autism does that too. People with autism, it does something to the collagen in the skin. And people who have autism tend to look younger than people who don't have it. So like my current theory is that they've actually changed the diagnosis criteria, and a lot of people think that they're diagnosing people too much. I think they've cut back on it. I think that half of the population now is autistic. If we were judging them based on people from like 1850, let's take just a random sample of people from 1850 and a random sample of people from today. Like most people from today are quote unquote abnormal compared to the people in 1850.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. You can even go to the 1950s. It just wasn't the same. I think a lot
Yeah.
of it, and they've linked this to testosterone too, is the microplastics. I think microplastic is a big deal, uh, and they just don't advertise it. I mean, they just don't let it be known. Um, I like cans right there. There it is. And I know aluminum's not good for you, especially, some people will smoke pot they'll take a can, put a little hole into it, make some holes on the top, but, inhaling the heated aluminum is different than just drinking out of it. But
Well, you know that every can has a plastic lining in it anyways. So just
oh no,
drinking out of
I didn't
cans.
know that. So I learned
Yes,
something
yes.
new.
Every single can, all canned food, all canned drinks, they all have plastic linings. Even even if you get your milk in a glass jug, they still use plastic linings, like in the factories and stuff. That like there's no way to avoid the microplastics. I'm not trying to say that people shouldn't make an attempt,
Uh-huh.
but you're not going to avoid the microplastics. Everything has
Wow.
plastic in it.
Huh.
Like Tim did, he was going on this whole thing because when he was trying to buy that water, and
Yeah.
Tim didn't realize there was the plastic in there. And he's like, well, nobody realizes that. Well, I disagree. I knew that a long time ago. In fact, the funny thing about that is I learned that from being around people who would use cans to smoke weed out of. And when you poke the holes in it like that, you're supposed to take the lighter and you're supposed to, for like a minute or two, you're supposed to burn that section of the can so that it melts all that plastic off. Because if you don't, when you inhale it, you're melting the plastic and you're inhaling plastic fumes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wonder why would you line aluminum and why would you line glass bottles like that? I mean, other than to expose people to microplastic, is there a reason they do it?
They have to do it to the aluminum because the aluminum will corrode. The aluminum will still mix in. So there's a reason to do the plastic lining and all this stuff.
Huh. Okay. I remember like when I was a kid, mason jars, stuff like that. We would use
And
them,
what
reuse them again next year, wash them and reuse them.
and what Renee is saying is absolutely spot on. And this is why I think the boomers are refusing to give up power. When you get exposed to either microplastics or heavy metals or radiation from the fallout and stuff like that, if you get exposed after you finish puberty, it's not nearly as bad for you as if you get exposed before puberty, or God help you if you're exposed like when you're an infant. And the boomers were the last generation they mostly went through puberty before the majority of the fallout landed. The greatest generation was actually the last generation that actually they all made it to adulthood before the fallout, but the boomers mostly missed it. But the boomers, the ones that are in government, I believe that they've been given the classified intel on this, and they know for a fact just how prevalent mental illness is in the younger generations because of the lead, because of the fallout, because of the microplastics, and that's why they're not giving up political power, because they know just how badly they've poisoned us, and they're like, no, we don't want those guys running the show. And you can just look at like the SSRI and the psychological medication prescription rates. It's like half the country now.
Yeah. They tried to stick me on them a couple of times, and I've never been able to take them. The times I have taken them, I've taken myself off within 2 weeks because they literally make me crazy. I start having weird thoughts, things, and just different things, not just unalive thoughts, stuff like that. I mean, just weird stuff, and it's like I can't. My head don't work that way. I don't know how to describe it. It's very strange. They made me very numb.
Yep.
I mean, very numb. So I just always, I did it the wrong way. I just quit taking them. I'm like, I'm not taking this shit no more. And one of
Well,
them
you
in
did it. You
particular,
did it the right way.
one of them in particular named Affixer, they put me on for a while. I literally drove me crazy. I just quit taking it, and man, I crashed it. I stayed home one day for about 3 days. I couldn't do nothing. It was just total. It bombed me out. But then when I got over it, I was fine.
What
So
dosage did they have you on? Do you remember?
I want to say 500.
Oh God. See, they had me on, that's the exact medication that I took for like 20 years. But I would not let them give me any more than 75 milligrams, which was the minimum dosage, which is probably the only reason I'm not totally fried at this point, that I'm just half fried. But yeah, I was on, it was the, uh, oh God, what do they call that when it's not the name brand? The generic. I was
Generic,
on the
uh-huh.
generic version of Effexor for like 20 years. But before that, they had me on fucking Paxil. And I don't remember what dosage they had me on the Paxil, but let me tell you, that's how they do that MK Ultra stuff. Because I remember severely dissociating and depersonalizing, and
Yes.
like it's like where you don't feel like you're a person. Like it makes you feel like you're playing a video game and you're looking down at a character and you're like, "That's my character. That's not me. That's not my body."
It's an
And that is
avatar.
not good. Yeah, that's right. And that is not a good way to live life.
No, that's exactly how I felt. And it also gave me priapism. So that was horrible. I don't know why, but it did.
Well, the Paxil gave me the opposite problem, but I told my doctor, look, I was like 19 or 20, and I'm like, I am very young, and I have a girlfriend, and this medication you guys are giving me is making my hoo-ha not work. So this ain't going to cut it no more. You're going to switch me to something
Oh, yeah, oh,
else.
yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, no, I had the opposite problem and it was miserable. I mean, and
Those
it was like I think of anything as gross or as bad. I mean, just the whatever you can to make it go away, and I could, and it still wouldn't, and it was horrible. So that
those
plus, like you said, living like an avatar, I just said no, no way.
those pills are based on like a watered down version of ecstasy. So all of the SSRIs, even though a lot of people have like sexual dysfunction on it, it's based on ecstasy. That's why it makes your body temperature go so high. That's the main reason I had to stop taking mine, is because I had to run my central air so hard during the summer that I burned out my central air unit, because like I'd start sweating like profusely at like 72 to 75 degrees. So I'd have to keep my air conditioner at minimum set on 68. And that's during the summer. So it's like 90, 95 degrees outside. And if it's any higher than 68 inside, I've got to be in shorts, short sleeves, and have a fan on me.
Yeah.
And I got tired of that. When my air conditioner went out, I thought I was going to die that summer. Like I seriously started having heat stroke symptoms. Like I'd get chills, and I stopped sweating, and I stopped feeling hot. And while I got chills at the same time, and like
It's
I'm
not
going to
good.
die.
Yeah,
No,
that's mm,
I had to start taking water bottles and putting them in my freezer. And I've still got in my freezer right now, I don't like a dozen 12 ounce, or whatever they are, 18 ounce, whatever the water bottles frozen,
yeah.
because I'd have to go and grab two of them at a time, and just hold on to them, just double fist these ice balls all day long to keep from overheating. And then when it would melt most of the way, I'd have to put them back in the freezer and grab another set out, and I'd have to touch ice all day long, every day.
Huh. Wow, that would suck. Wow. Huh. I don't remember having that problem. I don't know. I was always hot natured back then, but I do remember the other and especially the feeling out of your body type. It wasn't right. And
I could go outside when it was like 32 degrees outside in shorts and a t-shirt and stay for like half an hour before I would start getting even a little bit cool.
and probably felt good doing it. Yeah. Yeah.
It did, yeah.
Wow.
One job I had, God, this was almost 20 years ago. There was a negative 40-degree walk-in freezer where they kept Baskin Robbins stuff.
Yeah.
And during the summer on my break, I would go in there and I would just hang out in the negative 40 freezer and be like, oh my God, it feels so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I used to work at a gas station and it'd be the middle of summer, have to go outside and change all the trash cans and all that or whatever. And I remember going back in stocking Cokes and oh, it felt so good in that freezer. Well, it was a fridge, I guess, but oh man, it felt good in there. Just that cold air blowing down from that fan above you with that grate, and it would blow on you. It felt awesome. course,
The
now I'm
worst part,
old and I get cold easy now because I'm on blood thinners and shit. It sucks getting old, dude.
yeah, I get cold now that I had to stop taking them, but it's better to be cold because, like, let me tell you about having the heat intolerance. No one cares about when you're hot. Like if you're cold, people will, and during the winter time, everybody cares because nobody wants to be cold. But when you've got a heat intolerance and it's medically induced like that,
Yeah.
all I would ever hear is people say, "You wouldn't have made it back before air conditioning." And you're so lucky you've got air conditioning now and you just need to tough it out. And like, and I'm literally about to die. Like I would be sweating. It's unreal. I would be able to walk from my door to the end of my driveway. And by the time I got to the end of the driveway, I would be dripping. I'd be wiping the sweat out of my face because of how overheated I would be.
Huh. Wow. Yeah, no, that would suck. Wow.
And I live in the deep south, and it's not quite. I don't think I'm quite as south as Texas, but it's very humid here. It'd be 95, 100 degrees, 100% humidity,
Yeah.
several weeks during the summer here.
Yeah, the South is notoriously hot. That's for damn sure. Texas, honestly, I mean, it's hot, but I remember when I was younger, I think it was hotter back then. Um, we used to walk the roads, walking to a friend's house and have to walk. Some of the roads weren't even oil sand, they were just sand. You'd have to literally stick your foot about a foot under the sand and drag it through the sand to be able to walk on that road. It was so hot. I mean, and I know global warming and all that bullshit, but I think it was hotter back then when I was a kid. I really do. Um, Cold wise, it's about the same. The only thing I noticed difference from when I was a kid versus now is it seemed like when I was young, every year we had a blue northern come through to where it would go from 90 degrees. You'd have a cloud bank that looked like all hell was fixing to break loose, and the temperature would drop 40 degrees. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. And I
That's
know
how I feel.
I watch the weather, I notice it.
That's how I feel it's been doing recently. Like spring and fall seem to be a lot shorter now. And
Yeah.
like it just goes right from blazing hot summer to freezing cold winter.
Yep.
There's not much in between anymore.
Yep. No. And they're talking about this pole shifting stuff. That might be part of it too. You know, I, there's all kinds of theories about how they think the poles are going to flip and what's going to happen when they do. I'm sure you've seen it. And
I have. I've been hearing about pole shifts since like the 90s.
yeah, yeah. So I don't know enough to know what to even think about it. You're hearing about these sunspots and these solar flares and how the solar flares are coordinating with the exact same time these earthquakes are happening. Is it coincidental? Is it not? I don't know. It's just things have changed, and
I
then
know that
go ahead.
the bugs are gone.
They're gone.
They
Yes,
used to be like drive at night, and this was back before I was old enough to drive. But I remember my parents driving, and it would sound like it was raining. And I
yes,
still live in the exact same spot. And like people try to say that windshields have gotten more aerodynamic. Well, not that much more aerodynamic, and like there's just not any. They're down by 90% at least.
yep, yeah, and that tells you we live in a dangerous ecosystem because I mean it is called a circle of life for a reason. You know, um, without bugs, especially bees to pollinate, there's that could be an issue. You got to have bees to pollinate. And if you don't do that, you don't have fruits. You don't have, that's a plant's basically sex organ. Uh, it's crazy. But yeah, that's where we're at. I
And
don't
the
know.
few bugs that are left, freaking Bill Gates is trying to weaponize the mosquitoes and the ticks.
Yep. Yep. I kind of, when the monkeys escaped or gorillas or whatever the hell they were, I thought them son of a bitches are releasing a weapon. That's what I thought in my head. Now, isn't it sad when you automatically, your brain defaults to, oh shit, what are they doing now? But that's where we're at.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember in the 90s thinking, and having optimism. And like you said, how most people said, what do you have in the 90s that you don't have now? Hope. And I remember having a lot of tech optimism. And now I'm a full-on Luddite. I never would have thought that I would ever say that. I used to be so anti-Luddite in the 90s, but now everything I hear about is just so horrifying, and all the repercussions of it. Like, you know, they're going to replace at least half the workforce in the next couple of years with AI. They're going to do all this this pre-crime and all this freaking eugenics. Dude, the eugenics that they're going to do in the next 10 years because of AI is going to be wild. They're already doing contact tracing. So like they can already tell who's having sex with who, because they can tell whose phone is close to each other, and then they can just listen through the microphones and hear the sex noises.
Yep.
So they can like, they're if the Nazis were alive today, they would be salivating. They would just be totally orgasmic over the abilities that we have now to do eugenics.
Yeah. Yeah, the further along we get, the further along we are technologically, the further away we get from humanity. And that's really a scary thought. Yeah, exactly, David. It is scary. Um, but I don't see a way to stop it. That's
I
what's sad.
I really, you brought up the 1950s earlier, and the more I think about the 1950s, I get so bitter. They had it so good. Uh, you know, they had just the right amount of technology to make things easier, like the washing machine. I Googled this because I was born way after the washing machine came about, so I don't know what life was like before it. But apparently, the wife who would typically do the laundry, it would take her 2 full days of labor to do the laundry for a family. And it said that sometimes it might spill over to a third day. And I'm like, these modern feminists who are complaining that men are abusing them, it's like, you half of the work week for taking care of the house went away with that one invention.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine spending 3 days out of the week just to do laundry. That's just insane.
Yeah, physically with a washboard.
Right, right. And it was hard work. It wasn't just spending, right. That is not low calorie labor.
Yeah, they weren't just loading something and waiting and waiting and no, they were working.
Yep.
It's crazy. You know, well, it's the same way with women and having babies. Back when they had cloth diapers, you had to go wash the shit out of the diaper, clean the baby's diapers, bleach them, whatever you had to do for your baby. Nowadays, they just throw a pull up on them or whatever the hell they got. And it's all going into a landfill. And here's something else that pisses me off too. You know, they don't want you to burn stuff on your own property. They don't want you to burn your own trash. They want you to pay somebody. And I live out in the country. And all they do is they go around collecting the shit, carrying it to a place where they want to burn it. And then they burn it and they bury it. And you pay them to do it. That's the only difference. But I digress.
They want to sift through that shit too and look and see what you got and what you're throwing away. I have heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but I've heard that, let's say that they say that you did a crime 2 weeks ago. They know what part of the landfill to go to within a few feet to look for those bags. They know where your garbage from 2 weeks ago is exactly in the landfill.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Not surprising though. Wow. Yeah, it was a guy I used to work out with. He worked for the city of Dallas, and that's what he ran all day was a dozer for the uh, not health department, whatever the department is that runs trash. But that's basically what he did. Yeah, he worked a dozer all day. They'd come and dump, and he'd push it, and he got paid very good money for doing it. So, but yeah, things have definitely changed, and I don't know where they're going. When
They're
there's
talking about putting these freaking data centers in space and on the moon and shit.
Yep.
I hate it so much. Why would they want to put data centers in space and on the moon? I can tell you why. So that when they start doing this super dystopian, take over the world, put us under their boot stuff, we physically can't make it to their data centers to destroy them so that we can't fight back.
That's
They're
true.
putting Microsoft's wanting to put nuclear reactors in the data centers, and the AI will manage the nuclear power plants. So that whole meme about I don't trust a computer that I can't unplug, well, you ain't going to be able to unplug it when it's got a nuclear power plant built into the thing.
Oh, I agree. I agree. You know, I was thinking the other day, remember that movie War Games?
Yes, I do.
About the kid playing tic-tac-toe and he got the computer was going to launch the nukes and he had it play tic-tac-toe and it figured out nobody's going to win. That was kind of basic there. That's a very, very generalization. But
Every time I hear about Israel and Gaza and all that stuff, it makes me think of that movie.
yes.
And that's the main reason why I'm just like, I just don't want to hear it. Either side, whichever side you pick, the opposing side's not going to quit until there's none of them left. So if you pick a side, either side, you're pro-genocide. One side has to go bye-bye before the conflict's over. And I'm just like, the trolley problem is a trap. Don't look at the lever. Don't go touch the lever. Just walk away, and it's not your problem anymore.
Yeah, I totally agree on that one. Definitely. Well, you know, this whole Candace and Tim Cast and all the stuff that's
Oh,
going on. It's not just
no.
him, it's Chucker and everybody else too. There's so much other things going on in the world right now, and I put this out earlier. I understand it was horrible, and I feel horrible that it happened, and you know everything that goes with it. But it's just the world is still going on, and you are focusing on they need to get to the truth. That's the job of the FBI and so forth. Even though the FBI is corrupt, and I understand that, but we have homeless, we have people starving, we have people uh, the autism issue, and everybody's focused on the wrong shit, in my opinion. But that's just me. And man, these
And
people
I still,
that love Candace, they have. I mean, it's like a religion almost. If you've noticed.
a lot of things are like that. Most political arguments or just anything now has a very religious type thing to it. Like you have to believe this one thing. If you don't, you're like a heretic.
Yes.
And everybody's like a drug dealer with their territory. Everybody's trying to recruit you to their side. And it's just it's really tiring and not interesting. I listen to Tim Cast and I still kind of pay attention, but like the only two things that matter now and potentially forever from this point on are the birth rates and artificial intelligence. And neither one of the parties is in the position to bring the birth rates back up, and neither one of the parties is in a position to stop artificial intelligence. And both of those are extinction level events, and everything else is totally pointless. Who cares if somebody threw a rock through your window and is spray painting the outside of your house while the house is burning?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, number one, I think that's one of the reasons why they come up with these birthing pods. And then number two, if AI, Elon Musk had mentioned something about they're going to need AI and robots to do the jobs because we're not going to have the population to do the jobs. So, one necessitates the other.
But and I agree that's their long-term goal, but their short-term goal, I don't believe they're ever going to give us UBI. I think that their plan, their expressed plan, is to starve half of the planet to death in the next, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 years. I don't think that I see people talking about Wally all the time about how we're going to be fat and lazy and be fed and all this stuff. And I think that that is way over optimistic. They're just going to let us starve. That's what they're building these bunkers for. That's what all these zombie movies are about. When you see these hordes of zombies coming out from the woods, that's just what a bunch of starving people look like. You get 30 or 40 starving people. You group them together. They're not going to try to eat each other because they realize that there's no meat on those bones. They're going to look for somebody that's got some meat on their bone, and they're going to look and act exactly like a horde of zombies.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and imagine somewhere like New York, man. When that shit goes down somewhere like New York, where there's, I don't know how many, what is it, 11 million people in one city? Holy shit. People are going to be eating other people. It is going to be, you can't even fathom how bad it'll be.
And it'll happen soon. I think I've heard Tim talk about this, but like a week or two. It's only going to take a week or two for people to start killing each other for food and potentially eating each other. And like all these people.
Oh, I think your computer took a shit again. I'll give you a minute.
Am I
There
back?
you go.
All these people talking about wanting to prep. So there's two thresholds of prep, and they're both bad. If you've got, let's say, 2 to 3 months worth of food prep, that's probably not going to be long enough to get you through if there's a major disruption like this, because you're talking about like, what if half of the people in your city died? How long is that going to take for like services to get back up? And the answer is going to be a long time. But if you have like a couple of years worth of supplies prepped, well, guess who's going to show up and take that shit from you? The government.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've got all those night vision goggles, they've got all this crazy stuff. They can tell where your stash is. And I've heard rumor, I don't know if it's true, that during Obama's administration, they actually started a database of people who are preppers. So like, you probably never played Fallout before, but one of the big things in Fallout is that you'll go around and you're purposely looking for other people's stashes so that you can get their stash and you can use it. And that happens a lot. You'll run up on somebody and they died, something happened to them, but then you get their stash. And that's exactly what's going to happen. All you're doing by having a big stash like that for a couple of years worth is you're paying taxes on it up front first. So you're giving the government money. And then you're giving them free storage. You're the one doing the work, storing it and maintaining it, and they're just going to show up and take it.
That's right. Yeah, another game like that was BioShock. Every time you come across a dead body, you'd search the body and you'd find a couple of things of ammunition, or you'd find a knife, or that was half the game was rumbling through everything, going through mysterious rooms and checking drawers and just finding shit. Kind of the same idea as Fallout. A little different, but yeah.
I used to play games like that and I stopped because I started realizing like, wait a second, they're like prepping us to actually do this in real life. Like they're trying to get certain sections of the population
They're
ready for
training
this.
you.
Right. And I was like, you know what? If Fallout happens, if that situation actually happens, I hope I'm at ground zero. I hope the bomb lands on top of my head. That's the best way to go out in that scenario. I don't want to be one of the survivors in that scenario.
Yep, I agree. I totally agree with you there. Yeah. And the starvation thing, I think, is definitely real. Um, I don't know where it's going to, Africa's always been a shithole. I mean, I'm sorry, but it is. And I think that's where it's going to hit worse than probably anywhere else. They can't get water. I mean, it's so bad over there. Over here, it's going to be the hordes, the population hordes, which I guess it is over there too. Everything over there was ran by a gang almost. But when civilization go ahead.
I'm about to send you a picture. I want you to bring it up on screen so I can talk about it real quick.
Okay.
Hold on. Pictures folder. I have so many damn pictures now, and I've gotten bad about organizing them. So let me scroll through here and find this map. Here it is. Dude. Okay, it's sent over on X.
All right. Hold it up.
So I can see it for real time. I have some insight on this map that I think is relevant, and also like, if you believe what I'm about to tell you, I think it's going to make you really mad.
Let me save it in there. Now let me try and pull it up. Image. Well,
now on the Zoom meeting, all I see is black.
Yeah, I'm trying to Yeah, trying to pull it up on X. I'd saved it. Let me try it again. I'm still very new at this. Let's see.
Yeah, I see the thumbnail in Zoom of the other images, but the one you're trying to bring up just shows black. So I wonder if it didn't save right. Because I can see the other pictures.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, just not that one. That one just shows up as black. So maybe it's the wrong format. I think that one, that's probably it. Let me bring up my photo editing program.
Okay.
Because some of these save as like that weird web BP
Yeah.
thing, and that doesn't always come over. Oh God, I shouldn't eat that chocolate. Now I got the hiccups.
No, hitting you. Let's
Oh,
see.
I can't ever find anything anymore. I'm gonna sort this crap. No, it says it's a JPEG. You should be able to pull that up.
Yeah, let me just work on it a second. Let's see.
Well, okay, I'll just find it on the web and send you the link.
There you go. Do
I'll
that.
post
That'll
it.
be easy.
Yeah, because this is do visit copy. Oh no, it's bringing up the stupid. Okay, well, it's going to be a page. The image is there, so you'll have to scroll down.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna wait for it.
Okay, that's a big. Okay. So this is a color map of the fertility rates as of 2023. And I've seen this all over Twitter. I use it a bunch on Twitter, so you might have seen this before.
I don't know if I have before or not. Let me see. Let me copy this first, or let me copy the, let me get it up.
Well,
We'll look at
I'm
it.
convinced that this map is that all of modern politics revolves around the data on this map. Everything.
Oops, I hope I didn't screw up. Let's see.
You shouldn't need to bring it up like that. Can you just pull your browser? Because that's just a website, so you should just be able to pull the browser up on screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all I gotta do is copy it. Okay.
Yeah, just click it and then scroll down a little. There's a little bit of text, and like one screen down, or one screen length down.
Yeah, I see
Oh,
what you're
now I
saying.
can hear myself talking.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Hold on, give me just a second. The more I do this, the better I should get at it. Let's see if that does it. Okay, give me 1 second, and I will. You see it? I should be able to see it now.
I see it. I see it on the Zoom at least.
Let me get rid of that
See
image.
part. I don't see the map yet. I see the.
Okay, look on the look on YouTube.
Well, that'll take a while. I'm really
Oh well,
really
okay.
behind on YouTube.
Yes, I don't mind it either. Hold on, let's see.
I see the website, but from what I see, you're still at the, yeah, you got to hit accept all.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Yeah. So now just scroll down a little bit.
Okay, I just will interact. Let's see here. Just got to figure out how to scroll on it now. I'm sitting here looking at it on my other page, but I'm trying to get it to scroll on this.
Yeah, you can probably just make the window bigger and
Yeah,
it might show up.
let's try that.
Well, I'll describe what's going on it while
Go
you're
ahead
trying
and
to
I'll
get it
work
up.
on it.
So this is a global fertility map from 2023. And the vast majority of the planet is at just is below 2.0. It's like in the 1.0 to 1.9, and you can see just how all of North America, and whatever that other continent is that's above North America. I'm bad at geography. It's all below replacement. All but it looks like 4 countries in South America are below replacement. Mexico has got a little teeny sliver that's above replacement. All of Russia is below replacement. China's below replacement. Japan, North Korea, South Korea, Australia, all of Europe. The only part of the map that is reliably above replacement is there's a little bit in the Middle East, and then there's Africa, and almost all of Africa is above replacement. So I've been talking about this for a while, that they knew that this fertility crisis has been coming since the 60s. They've known that we were going to be here today because of this, and I've got some more evidence to back this up in a minute. But they started all that aid to Africa in the early 60s, and they've sent almost 2 trillion over there now. They knew in the 60s that this map was going to become true in the future, and they've been sending our money over to Africa ever since the 60s to help prop them up. They're the only continent on the planet that the majority of the continent is above replacement right now. And even them, they're still, their fertility is still at like half of what it used to be. Because now they're like kind of in the 4s and the 5s, but the African fertility used to be like 7 to 8. That actually, the global fertility used to be like 6 to 7.
All right, here we go.
I still don't see it up. There it is. There's the map. Yeah. So, and David's saying that the African numbers are inflated, and they might be. I've heard lots of people, including Tim, talk about how China probably has like 500 million fewer people. I've heard other YouTubers that I think know what they're talking about say that most of South America is actually lower than it is. So, like, the planet has probably got 1 to 2 billion fewer people on it than what they're telling us right now. The population is probably like only 75% what they tell us.
Wow. Yeah, I'd heard that. I think you're right. I think I heard it on Timcast. But yeah,
There was some
not
guy
surprising.
who did like a salt analysis, a sodium analysis, and said that the number you can tell how many people are in country pretty easily by what the salt consumption is, because people need that, they'll die without enough salt. So that's kind of a good metric. And the guy that I heard said that the salt numbers aren't adding up, that it appears that China has somewhere between 300 million and 500 million fewer people.
Yeah, and I think
And I've heard up to like 1 billion less. I don't think that's true, because that would mean that like they've got 1/3 the population than they really do have. But yeah, I believe that they're lying to us, not just about the population, but the fertility. I think the fertility, like David said, is probably worse than what this map suggests, and that we are currently in an extinction level event, and they just aren't telling us about it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised. I used to think they always overinflated China's population just to scare people of the pure number of how many of them there are. You always hear if China decided to invade with 1 billion of them, we wouldn't be able to fight them off. Well, not if there's not really 1 billion of them.
Well,
And then
it's investment too. They tell
investment.
international investors how many people they have there, and then they get other people send them money for investment. If they say that, like, oh, whoopsie daisy, our population is half of what we told you, then people will stop investing. They'll get less money.
Sure, sure. Well, that's how in cities that's how Comcast and all these other people, they go into a city and the cities give them a contract and they're guaranteed, you know, so many viewers and nobody else can come in on their territory and all that.
Yeah.
Of course, DirecTV fucked that up for everybody because then they come in and start shooting satellite everywhere. But yeah, that was the original idea, was you get locked in. You were the only game in town. So
And Tim's been talking about how everybody's views are down because what was it, APAC or whatever that organization that was bought in so much, and they shut it down, and then everybody's views dropped like precipitously afterwards.
Yep.
So I hear several people who have who are at least adjacent to the no. I don't think that Tim's like a a population specialist, but he's in the news enough that, if he says it, there's probably a good chance that it's true. And he's not the only one that I hear. I hear a lot of other people saying that the population numbers are not as high as they're telling us.
Yeah.
I know where I live, I don't want to say the names of the towns, but the names of the towns close to me, there's 3 of them. They're like ghost towns. It is terrible how many empty buildings, how run down they are. It's like there's one of them in particular that I can't go to anymore because it's so bad that it's like it feels like driving through a corpse. Like I don't know if you've ever seen Osmosis Jones, the movie about the white blood cells inside the body, and Chris Rock does one of the voices. Well, it feels like being Osmosis Jones inside of a corpse, like, and you're just walking through death, and I can't stand it.
Huh. Yeah. I'm adjusting things a little bit. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's we have been lied to so much. You just can't. But I think that's why this Charlie Kirk thing is so out of control. Nobody and without AI, even not even talking about adding AI in, nobody knows what truth really is. And now you're throwing AI into the mix, everything else, it just clouds everything. And so if you can't base any of your thoughts or ideas off of fact, we might as well be in the story Lord of the Rings.
I just posted a link in chat. Don't play the video because it does have a copyright claim on it. It's 2 episodes of The Outer Limits from 1963.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it was 63. So these 2 episodes is one of the main reasons that I think that they've actually known about this since the 60s. So there's 2 episodes from the first season of the original show of The Outer Limits. In one of the episodes, they talk about how there's this alien species. The alien species, their planet suffered this terrible blight, and none of them could have children or reproduce anymore, and they were going sterile. So they tried to get kids from Earth to go there to help them repopulate, and they were going to let them grow up and then see if they could have babies there and stuff like that. There's a second episode that's got kind of a similar theme to it, where there's this comet that's coming and it's going to destroy this one alien planet, but then after it destroys that alien planet, it's going to destroy Earth too. And they want to populate it with people so that the added weight of the people on the asteroid will send it on a different trajectory. And they ask him, how long is it going to be until this happens? And the guy says specifically, he's like 82 years, exactly 82 years, no sooner, no later. Well, that episode was written in 1963. So 82 years past that is 2045. 2045 is the year that a lot of these scientists are saying that the sperm rates in most of the northern hemisphere are going to be 0. They have known, if you put those 2 episodes together, there's going to be a major global catastrophe in 2045 and nobody's going to be able to have babies anymore. And that's what the projections are now. They have known at least since the early 60s, this is coming. I'm going to link to that study from a woman named Shauna Swan that says that the sperm rates are going to hit 0.
Okay.
But there's no way that is a coincidence. I don't know how that guy came about it. I know we've talked a lot about how we think the government is kind of feeding these guys information and having them publish it. Okay, here's that link.
Well, it sounds like
yeah, and
it's a planned.
I don't think it's planned. I think that they didn't realize how bad the combination of the leaded gasoline and the nuclear tests and all the other industrial contaminants were. And by the time they found out how bad it was, there was no way to stop it. The cat had already been let out of the bag. So I don't think they're doing it on purpose. If they are doing this on purpose, I can't imagine why they would drive the entire species to almost extinction on purpose. Starving off a bunch of people and getting the population down is one thing. Making the whole planet unable to have babies anymore, that just doesn't make any sense to me why anybody would do that on purpose. And I don't think they did it on purpose. I think that they were just a bunch of psychopaths. The only reason they stopped doing the nuclear tests is after the Tsar Bomba, which they cut down from 100 megatons to 50 megatons. They actually had plans to build a 500 megaton weapon. And I don't know if this is true or not, but I hear that the SAR bomb was so big that the shockwave of it went around the planet like 7 times. So by the time they get up to the 500 megaton weapons, you're starting to look at like extinction weapons, like a single bomb that could possibly kill, a whole section of the planet. And the fallout from that, of course, would have been devastating. Their short-term estimations about the SAR bomb was that it was going to cause like 100,000 early deaths from cancer, but that's just the short-term, immediate negative repercussions. And that's the kind of shit that they used to think was acceptable losses in the 50s and the 60s. The people who were working on these nukes were psychopaths.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy, man. See if I can pull this up or not. Yeah, they're definitely there. They definitely got issues. That ain't gonna let me do it that way. Let's see if it'll do it this way. See, I can pull it up, but now I'm getting it to scroll is the issue, which I'll have to just play with it and figure it out. But you go all the way to the corner and see if it'll do it. Hmm. Second. The other one I finally figured out how to do. Took me a little while, but I'm able to pull it up. It's just trying to, you got to be able to scroll it. Okay. Number one, let me get rid of this other image. Bear with me, guys. I'm getting it. Everybody can read it.
So some people are saying that that these projections are wrong.
Yeah.
And of course they're saying that because they don't want people to panic. But I found some more evidence from a more recent CNN article that says that the rate of drop, this 2045 thing is based on a drop of like 1.6% a year. And apparently now it's up to 2.6 a year. So it's actually accelerating.
Assisted reproduction by 2045. She is a professor of environmental medicine at Mount Sinai. Wow. Now that's a pretty prestigious little place there.
He's not the only one saying this. And if you do some Google for if you do some Googling for projects that are like named Project 2045,
Yeah.
there's a bunch. There are several of them. There's a lot of hits for that year, more so than there should be. And it's all stuff like how to make humans immortal, and how to do these other things that you would expect people to try to come up with if you were facing a fertility crisis like this, because like that's kind of the only other way to go. It's like, well, if we can't make more people, then we have to make the people who are here last long.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking, look at the female part right there. Female fertility declines rapidly after about 35, which is, we've known that, but it's got to be affecting the women just as much as the men. And that reminds me, you weren't on last night or not before. Who cares about the sperm? But
yeah, and it's harder to quantify women's fertility because with the guy, you just get them to do their thing, and then you look and see how many swimmers there are and how active the swimmers are. You do a little calculation, but apparently the rates of PCOS in women are as high as 15%, and like it's going up. So soon, 1 in 5 women will have PCOS, and then that's not counting how many of them are gay and are like, I'm not attracted to men at all. It doesn't count how many of them say that, well, I don't want to have babies. I've only known one person in my life personally that said that an infant that's growing inside you is a parasite. And that was a woman who said that she never wanted to have babies because she thought it was gross, that it was like skin crawling gross to have something growing inside of them.
Wow.
Tim tries to say that women, they love babies and they want babies. And I'm like, you're just not paying attention, Tim. A lot of women don't want babies anymore. And it's not because they can't find a man to have babies with. Like, a lot of them are gay. A lot of them are severely autistic or have some type of severe mental problems that, like, some of those women, the ones that you see with all the tattoos and with all the huge nose piercings, and like, Renee, I'm not talking about your little nose piercing. I'm talking about the people who like are into body modification levels of tattoos. Like, the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, do you really want them raising it? It may be better that they don't have kids for the kids' sake. I don't like saying that. I hate saying that, but
Well, there's another group too out there, I think, and I think it's very significant. The past 20 years, not women, society has given up. The women didn't raise their kids. They would have a child, and that child, once it got so old, had to raise all the other kids while they went out and partied with their friends and drank. And now you have a group of children that are grown that grew up raising children themselves, which I know, like my grandmother, she was one of 14. She had to help raise her siblings. But the kids have had to raise children themselves, their other siblings, and they get to be adults and they're like, I don't want to raise kids anymore, because they've already felt like they've done it.
yeah.
So I don't know, man. But yeah, this is it's a very, I'm just slowly scrolling it so whoever wants to read can read and going a section at a time.
Oh, and then you have a bunch of parents that have no involvement with their kids whatsoever. And to kind of go off on a personal tangent here, my dad was so uninvolved with me my whole life. He literally didn't even teach me how to ride a bike. He tried to teach me one day for like 10 minutes, and I was severely uncoordinated. And like after 10 minutes, he was done and he never tried again. And my mom was never really involved with me either. Like, so I was basically one of those iPad kids, except they didn't have the iPad then. I just had the TV. So like the Nintendo and broadcast television did like 95% of my raising.
Sure.
And I can tell you from personal experience that will ruin your long-term prospects when you don't have a parent that's actually raising you.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And it's sad, but that is the world we live in, and that's how things. They used to call them latchkey kids. That was a big term back in the day, and that was basically kids raising themselves because they were latchkey kids.
Yep.
They come home after school and they let themselves in and they used the microwave and heated up whatever the hell they could, and mom would show up and dad would show up if dad showed up. Um, yeah,
Yeah, or you've got the helicopter parents that do too much. It seems like the percentage of parents that know the right amount of involvement and the right amount of self-actualization is like single digits. It's like you're either one or you're the other. You went out for cigarettes and never came back,
Yep.
or you're the type of adult, the parent that's taking them to their job interview. Like there's no in between.
yep, I agree. I agree. Yeah, it's crazy, and I think everything combined is what's made this soup of sadness across. I mean, if you look at the whole world, I mean, where is joy? You don't find joy in very much anymore.
You find escapism. Like people used to
Yes.
watch movies because it was fun. They didn't watch movies because they wanted to escape the drudgery of their lives. But now that's what people do. And I've heard people talk about it, how but Gen Z is so depressed that like they're giving stuff like that up. And I'm not Gen Z, but I can attest to that. I don't watch movies anymore. I don't watch TV anymore. I don't play video games anymore. And the number one reason that I don't do those things anymore is because I'm just so depressed and distraught that I can't do anymore. It's not fun. I don't enjoy it.
Yeah.
The last time I tried to play a video game, all I thought about the whole time while I was playing it was like, yep, I'm going to be homeless in a couple of years. Like, well, that's not very fun.
No.
So I quit.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, it's very dystopian. I don't know I don't know how they're going to fix it, or if they can. You know, reading the article, it was saying what they could do, but
I don't think they want to fix it. I think that I think that when they did these calculations in the 50s and the 60s, they knew which generations they could bilk the money out of, which would be profitable. And then when it would switch over into a point where it wasn't profitable anymore, and then they would just kind of pull the rug out from everybody.
yeah.
And I think that happened in the late 2000s, possibly the early 2010s. And I think that they were in the bilking a stage in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, and now they're in the just.
Oh, I'll wait for you to come back. I think you dropped out again for a minute. There you go. You're back.
Am I back?
Yep.
Know where I got to. So I think that in the 80s and the 90s and a little bit to the early 2000s, they were in they're still profitable phase and to bilk us as hard as they could. But I think sometime in the early 2010s, possibly the late 2010s, and this might be when COVID happened, they might have done this on purpose. They decided that the amount of the population that's either disabled, that has some type of mental problem, that's on welfare of some kind, they've gone over a certain tipping point, and they're like, they're not worth it anymore. We just pull the rug out, we'll replace them with immigrants, and then we'll go from there.
Well, that was what I thought was going on. My initial thoughts about COVID was, I thought Social Security is so imbalanced. They're going to come in and kill off all these old people to get them off the government dole in order to keep everything running. And I'm still not really convinced that's not what they did. Well, I don't think it's what they did, but
I'm going to send
it's
another
obviously a
link.
bioweapon. But look at Canada and self-assisted suicides and all that stuff are going on. There's a generation they want to get rid of.
Yeah, I'm about to put a link in chat. I want you to bring this up too. And everybody else, if they want to click, can just read it early. So there was a Yale professor. What was his name? Oh, get off of my. Oh, damn it. I think there's a paywall on this. Well, you can see the headline, I guess. So there was a Yale professor. Yeah, his name was Yusuke Narita. So I guess he's Japanese. He suggested, this was a couple of years ago, and this was a serious suggestion, that all of the old people in Japan should go and slip and slide. I'll say that instead of the real word.
Uh-huh.
To fix the economy. That just all the old people should just walk off a cliff all at once on purpose, and that would fix the economy. So yeah, they're like everybody's in on this MAID stuff.
Well, and you look at, you were talking about starvation a while ago. What did the government do to the Indians?
Yeah, they finished off all the buffalo and just went around and
they ran
would shoot them and just let them rot.
Yeah, they ran all the buffalo, which is their food, their survival, everything they needed to live. They ran them off cliffs. Then they gave them blankets to stay warm that were full of smallpox. I believe it was smallpox. I mean, it's not the first time we've done some fucked up shit like this before.
Yep.
I mean, it's almost history repeating itself. So
I sent Renee a video a couple days ago about all of the cartoon examples of planes hitting the World Trade Center, and there was like over a dozen of and one of them was like, I forget what cartoon it was, but it showed the Twin Towers. It showed both of them on fire, and it was circled, and it said "coming soon."
wow.
There was so many examples of it.
I don't know if I've seen that one. I've seen some examples. I don't know if I've seen that one in particular, but that's crazy.
Renee, can you send that to Kyle, please?
Wow. And then we go get in a war with some country that none of the people even came from. That's
Yeah, The Simpsons was one of them. when I say this, I don't mean to like disrespect veterans. It's not their fault. I'm not blaming them.
Sure.
The United States military hasn't done anything good since World War II. Everything we've done since then. We lost Vietnam and we shouldn't have been there to begin with. We invaded Iraq and they didn't have anything to do with 9/11. And I don't know if they had WMD or not. From what I hear, they didn't have it. But then we let Iraq collapse. And then what was those two, ISIS and the other one, the two organizations that came up after that? I saw that, Renee, that Marge passed away recently. But
Sorry,
like
this image, hold on, finish your thought, but am I supposed to be looking at somebody with like a set of tits, like weather balloons?
did you send the wrong thing? She sent the wrong thing.
Oh, this is somebody who has body modification that is like way, way over the top. Wow.
The military hasn't done anything to protect us since World War II. Their existence might, keep other countries from attacking us, and I guess that's a good thing. But like, they just keep doing all this really shady shit.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I can't unsee that, so I got to show everybody else. That is so funny. That I was like, what the hell? This is funny. I mean, it's sad if this person you said passed away, of course. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. Hold on. I was screwing up. Where is it? Shit. That is so funny. I ain't even got to play it. I'm just going to show the, oh, I can't play it. It's, never mind. Okay, I don't guess I can. Hold on. No, I can't. Okay. Never mind. I thought I could. Let me go check what Renee sent me. That is so funny though. That lady was over the top. Did you send it, Renee? Oh wow. Okay. Let me
It's about to begin, Mitch.
You popped up a part of that article just a second ago that said, "Can we turn this around?" And they were talking about the sperm rates. They're down like, I did some math of my own. They're down like 75 to 80% by now. Most of that stuff they were talking about it being down by 50 was data from 2011. So in 2017, they did a study based on data from 2011 and found out that the average sperm rate was down by 50%, but that was 15 years ago. And now we've had 15 more years of it dropping by 1.6 to 2.6%. So like now we're down somewhere between 75% and 80%. And I talked to Grok about it, and Grok says somewhere between 2045 and 2065. So the 2045 thing might be a little sooner than what it's going to happen, but like even Grok is like, yeah, this is a cliff and we're going off of it.
really. Wow.
Now, Grok tried to say that we could regulate it and we could stop these things from being put into the environment. But like, imagine that somebody has one of those pew pew things and you get pew pewed several times. At a certain point, stopping more from happening doesn't help anymore. You've accumulated enough pew pew and the deed is done. And I think that we are near that point, if not at that point already.
Wow. I'm gonna leave the white background up before I hit play. I think it'll play better against the white background than it will the hold on, I'm gonna get it. Let me adjust just to make it look better. 1 second, guys.
I really wish more people knew how bad things were because the government needs to be held accountable for this, the US government and the Soviet governments. I know that the Soviets, quote unquote, aren't there anymore, but Russia's still there. But like, they have caused the deaths of billions of people because if people aren't born because of what they do, that still counts as a death.
Sure.
And they have sterilized millions of whole family lines. Like what they have done is the worst, is the biggest human rights violation in all of history, and worse than every other one combined.
Well, it's an ELE. It's an extinction level event. What they've done,
Yeah.
pretty much. Okay, I'm gonna hit play on this. This is the off of Super Friends, which I used to watch as a kid in 1978.
They'll probably copyright claim the video if you do this. It's not a strike, so it's like you're not going to get in trouble for it. But,
Yeah,
okay, just giving you a heads up. Well, if you're going to play this, then play my video after this.
Okay.
Go get that link again.
Oh wow, 911.
Love to see New York. We could all go at the bus company's special super sitter fair. $9. This one's on me.
Let's hope those
Actually, I have another
no shooting.
video about
I hope I
something that
did.
predicted
I hope I
9/11.
did. Wait and see.
Yeah, David, it's fair use, and he won't get a strike
stupid.
for it, but
Oh,
he'll
you
still get a
stupid.
copyright
Oh, you-
claim, which doesn't hurt you. But if you're trying to monetize it, you can't monetize it. So, like this kind of stuff, we can't play on Inverted World because they need to get the money.
Well, I'll wait then. This one shouldn't hurt though. If it's so, I'll delete it out.
No, and you don't have to delete them. Just because you get a copyright claim, like I said, like over 90% of the videos on my channel have copyright claims, and I've only got a strike ever on 2 of them. That's because they were anime, and that was like 2 years after I published it. Those stupid anime companies came around and tried to strike me. But like, so out of what I've got, like 400 and something videos, and almost all of them are copyright claim, but only 2 ever got a strike.
Now, that one was creepy. The Ghostbusters going up and the tower's just melting.
There it is, the tower on fire. Well, I'm behind now. I'm pointing at something, but you just played it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, now the Ghostbusters. Yeah, look at the towers getting devoured. That's crazy.
Batman Beyond was a good show. It was underrated.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to post my 9/11 video in chat. So play this one next, if you don't mind.
Never heard of Blue Gender.
Blue Gender?
Yeah, I'll back it up. Right before Sesame Street, whatever it's called.
Blue Gender is an anime. I know what oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good anime. So, like a portion of humans on Earth turn into these crazy bug alien type things, and humanity has to like move into orbit. And then there's this war between humans who are in orbit trying to retake the planet that's been taken over by these like weird bug monsters. Blue Gender is very, very good. I've only ever seen a few episodes of it, but it's great.
Huh. I have to look it up. Okay, hold on. I have to pause this. Let me. Okay. So I'm back.
So this video is just the first 4 minutes. There's an anime from 1989 called Angel Cop. This is the first 4 minutes of that. In the first 4 minutes of it, they bring up 9/11, terror attack, international terrorism, 2 identical skyscrapers, and the 2 identical skyscrapers, one has 1 antenna and the other has 2 antennas. So it's building 1 and building 2. They totally predict 9/11 in this. Like, it's not like a 1-to-1 prediction, but like, that's crazy. That they've got all of the key words to predict 9/11 in the first 5 minutes of episode 1.
Wow. Okay, here's this other video you're talking about. Is there no sound with it?
There should be.
Well, I got something screwed up. Hold on.
Yeah, and I don't see it playing on your stream either. All I see is the Blue Gender, and it stopped there.
Okay. I gotta make a little adjustment. Bear with me, guys. Okay, let's see if this does.
terrorism
To combat
stuff.
them, the committee
There's
recommended
definitely
the
audio.
establishment of a new elite force.
Just double check.
It was to have wide-ranging powers, and its agents would act as the cutting edge against terrorism.
Well, we found the car that was used to launch last night's missile attack on the American
I've watched this
embassy.
video
A
several
Porsche
times.
911. It's
I know it's
licensed
got
to
audio.
Toshihiro Tahara. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
the guy's out of the country. No, I don't think he had anything to do with.
That is so weird.
Renee says she can hear it.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, on mine, it was just weird. I don't know why, but I mean, I could watch it on one. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, can you replay it? The audio came in, but then like it
That's
skipped
what I
around a
thought
few
because on
times.
my end it was strange. Yeah, let me try and fix it real quick. Let's see.
They're trying to keep us down. Renee, who's trying to keep us down? Is it orange or is it apple?
Let's go to the beginning.
Be right back real quick. I gotta grab a drink.
Go ahead.
So I'm not gonna have my headphones on for a second.
Go ahead. I'm gonna try and figure this out while you're messing with that. I want to know why this ain't working right. I'm gonna blank it out and I'm gonna start over. Copy URL. Okay, that's good. I think I don't know. I don't know what it was, but we got it fixed. So when Synchro gets back, we'll.
I can hear you.
All right. I think I got it fixed. Let me make sure I've transitioned. Not in that kind of way, in the right kind of way.
I was just about to say, oh,
Yeah.
you're transitioning then.
No, I'm not transitioning. I'm not down with the sickness. All right, here we go. Let's play this, and that should have plenty of audio.
Oh, I hate how much lag out there. I'm so far behind you.
Oh my God.
See you playing it on Zoom, and it's going to be like another 30 seconds before it shows up on my
Oh, maybe that's
stream.
why it's doing it to me because I'm listening through Zoom.
To combat them, the committee recommended the establishment of a new elite force.
David's saying no audio.
It was
I
to
don't even
have
see the video
wide-ranging
yet. I'm so
powers,
far behind.
and
I've
its
not even
agents would
gotten
act
there.
as the
Now I
cutting
see the
edge
video.
against.
It just popped
Hold
up.
on, I got an idea. Number one, refresh your browser. And I'm going to mute the Zoom meeting and see if that will, because I got to figure this shit out anyway at some point. So I might as well figure it out now.
I wonder if you've got some kind of, because I noticed I could hear some of the sounds, but not the others. And there's like an audio filter option, and I'm wondering if it's filtering out some of the audio, but not the other.
Let me see. Let me.
Oh yeah, I'm not nearly as far behind now. I'm only a few seconds behind. The way I came across this episode, I was watching Netflix one night, and I was going to just watch a rerun of something I'd seen before. I think it was going to be like Terminator. God, I can hear myself. I was going to watch Terminator, and I got this idea. I should watch something else so I can come across something new, and maybe I'll come up with new content for my channel. And this is what I chose to watch. And like I said, this is all in the first 5 minutes of the first episode. So I was like, wow, my significant sense really paid off this time. Like, because I chose this for new content and it was just there immediately.
It might work and it might not.
Like I heard him say, "Oh my God," but then it cut out the explosion sounds. You know, all you really need is the dialogue.
Okay.
Was to have wide-ranging committee recommended the establishment of a new elite force against terrorism. It was to have wide-ranging powers, and its agents would act as the cutting edge against terrorism.
A Porsche
Well, we
911.
found the car.
Last night's missile attack on the American embassy. Well, the guy's out of the country. A Porsche 911. No, I don't think he had anything to do with Tahara. Yeah, well, the guy's out of the country. No, I don't think he had anything to do with.
That's really weird. It did the same thing.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I have to work. I'll save it and we'll look at it
It
tomorrow.
skipped most of the video.
Yeah, that's strange. Don't know. Huh.
Okay, well, I described what happened.
Yeah, and I'll work on that.
The missile attack on the United States Embassy, and then they do this long zoom in to these two identical skyscrapers while they're talking about international terrorism, how they're trying to use terrorism to collapse the Japanese economy. And then when it gets close enough to the two towers and it's panning up on them, you can see that one of them has one antenna, the other has two antennas. So you've got two identical skyscrapers, building 1, building 2, international terrorism, and 9/11, all in the first 5 minutes of that episode.
Huh. Wow. Well, that just shows how dark it is. I mean, that just shows you what we're up against. And
Well, I had another one I wanted you to try to play. I'm going to post it, but I'm wondering if it's going to play the audio. This is the two Outer Limits episodes, and I've got it cut down so it's just the pertinent parts where they're talking about the planet that can't have babies, and then the other planet that's going to be destroyed in exactly 82 years, which from 1962 or 1963 is 2024 or 2045.
tell me when you got it sent. I'm waiting.
It's in the chat now.
Oh, it's in chat. I was looking at X. Okay.
It's really weird how it censored most of my video. That's bizarre. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before, where it just automatically skips, because it did the exact same skip twice.
Yeah, I know. And I never had nothing like. That's why I'm saying. Usually, I just copy the URL and go with it. And then I don't put the sound over from the web page. I just copy the URL, kill the web page, throw it up on OBS under a browser, and just keep going. But it wouldn't let me do it. It kept acting weird. All right, here we go. Let me transition in the right way. I gotta quit using that damn word.
Filled with wonderful things and wonderful beings. They look much like we do.
We prefer the term transform and roll out.
Disease and poverty and want and need. Their lifespan came to more than 900 years. That's interesting, isn't it?
If I can hear it.
Remember your Bible?
Yeah, the audio's working.
But then not long ago, a blight came to this world. A terrible blight. They found themselves suddenly unable to procreate. They could have no children. And so, in desperation, they devised a way to start over again with new children. And they sent out into the void of outer space hundreds and thousands of meteors filled with their own RNA factor, a hereditary factor in the genes and chromosomes, in the hope that somewhere in space, one of the meteors would land on a planet like ours, and a course would follow much like this course has followed with us.
In some of us, the soaring freedom still lives and must be employed to distract disaster from the rest of us. In our solar system, there is an asteroid called
This is the other episode.
Its atmosphere is similar to that of Earth, and it is a threat to us.
He's a freaky looking dude.
Properly colonized, its course can be redirected.
When do you estimate the asteroid will hit Imperium?
In your time scale, 82 years. Not a second sooner or later.
That isn't enough time. That's hardly a minute.
No, it would not be.
Okay,
If we
some of
used only
the
technology
screens
limited to
cut
you.
off.
But we have a 4th-century advance upon the scientists of Earth.
I got it too big.
It's just 1963 plus
Plus 80,
82.
yeah, plus 82.
It's
Yeah,
2045.
Wow. That's what, 20 years from now, basically. Well, it's almost 2026, but
Yeah, and they've named us Gen X, Y, and Z just in time for the global fertility rates to go below replacement. I don't think that's a coincidence either. That's like they coded our epitaph into the generational naming because X, Y, and Z is the end of the alphabet. And on top of that, there's all these quote unquote alphabet people coming up now. Like there's no way all this is a coincidence. They have orchestrated this. They knew it was coming.
yeah, that is crazy, man. It's
Gen
absolutely
Alpha
crazy.
is half the size of the millennials. So Gen X was originally called the baby bust generation, and they were like what 70, 75 million. They were a little bit smaller than the baby boomers, but like they called them the baby bust, and they're twice as big as Gen Alpha. Like Generation Bravo or Beta or whatever they call it is going to be like 20 or 30 million. It like tops. There's no way that they're going to be 40 million.
Now, what's today?
They're
Gen Alpha?
no, it's Gen Beta now.
What is
Gen
beta?
Alpha
Okay.
ended last year, I think.
Wow. Excuse me. I think I'm Gen X.
Let me see if I've got anything else in my paranormal playlist that I want to shout out real quick.
I was born in 73, so
By the way, your video is only at 480 resolution. That's like the max.
oh,
So it's fine for just talking, but to show some of those videos that I've got with websites and stuff on them, it makes it really hard to read.
so what should it be set at?
If you're going to show websites and stuff, you need to have it up on 1080.
That's my video.
Yeah, I think it's set through OBS. You can set the maximum resolution because mine's capping out at 480. It won't let me set it any higher than that.
I got it. Well, okay. Here's what I got. I can't adjust it because I'm streaming, but
Right.
I've got 800 by 600, 800 by 600 output. My downscale filter resolution match, no downscaling required. It says, and then I'm going at 30 frames per second.
Yeah, you needed to have it at 1920 by 1080 if you're going to show text.
1920 by 1080. Okay, I'll have to fix that for tomorrow. See, learn something new every day.
Where I lost the whole tab I was on. Where the hell?
Yeah, that sounds like me. I'm getting better, but I got a long way to go.
Okay, I'll just have to do another one. Open up a new and scroll it over here. I have like 200 tabs open in this browser right now.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Or more.
Yeah, I couldn't keep up with that.
Oh, I see what happened. It went to,
My
well,
phone.
they're kind of in like stages. So like they're kind of clustered together. So I kind of have an idea of what's what.
Gotcha. Kind of like your history on YouTube. You know what day you watched that video, so you can go to that day and pick it out or whatever.
All right, I got an interesting one here, I think. And it's really short. It's 2 minutes. So there was some Egyptian hieroglyphs that some people found a couple of years ago that looked like helicopters and boats and planes and stuff. And I have some super, super interesting things about that. So I'm about to paste the video in. And I
Can
you hear me?
I can now. Yeah.
My link didn't show up that time.
No, nothing showed up.
Let me try sending it again.
There it
There
comes.
it goes.
Yeah.
My internet just cut out. So before this comes up, I'll explain some of them. So the three
In the Temple of
vehicles
Osiris
that
in
they
Egypt,
think that they
a
saw
stunning, some say,
are actually three from the nuclear era.
Yeah.
In fact, one of them is super interesting. One of them only flew 3 times. It was a Japanese test plane that they flew in World War II. It had 3 test flights. On the first test flight, they dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. And on the third test flight, they dropped the bomb on Nagasaki. So imagine you're a test pilot. You only fly this plane 3 times, and 2 out of the 3 times are the times that Japan gets nuked in World War II.
Oh, shit.
That is like, I can't even imagine statistically how unlikely that is to happen.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
in
One
the Temple
second.
of Osiris in Egypt,
I
a
don't.
stunning,
I'm trying to. We'll get it to fit this screen real quick. Hold on.
It might be at this resolution, some of the pictures might not come through so good. The one that people say looks like a boat, I think is actually one of those 1950s Oldsmobile type cars, because it's got some like streaks on one end of it that make it look like that. But what's more interesting to me than that is, they used to call those big ass cars boats. And I included that in the video, how they used to call them boats. But like that's crazy.
Huh.
Yeah, and one of them, the helicopter, is a helicopter that they were using right around the time of the Tsar Bomba, and it's a Russian heavy lift helicopter, and it looks like a minnow. Have you ever gone fishing with a minnow and the minnow's still on the hook, but like all its guts have been eaten by a?
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like that. It looks like a minnow, but with no guts, and that's what the hieroglyph looks like, and that's what the real world helicopter looks like, and like it's scary how similar they are.
Wow. All right. Well, here's your video. Let me hit play real quick. We should have plenty of audio. Let me know if you can hear it.
I'm probably like 5 minutes behind now.
in the Temple
So
of
I'll refresh
Osiris in
again.
Egypt,
Oh,
a
there, as
stunning,
soon as I
some say
refresh, there it
chilling
comes.
discovery was made.
Oh, there, you can just pause there.
How about right there?
Yeah.
Hold on. Give it a second. Let's number one, hit refresh real quick or whatever. Let's give it a second.
Yeah, I'm behind, but I see what you're, so like, it looks like, you can, you can see how the cockpit like kind of juts down and makes this weird square.
Right
and
there.
like the hieroglyphic thing looks the same. And if you look at the length of the part that appears in the hieroglyphic that appears to connect the rotor blades, look at how it's the same length as the engine housing on that helicopter. Now the tail looks a bit different, but like it's even got that big open space underneath the rotor. Like that's where the cabling or whatever you would use to hold, that's the center of gravity for the helicopter. So that's where the stuff would go down and like grab stuff. Like that looks just almost exact to this thing. That's very similar.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. Wow. Huh. I'm just gonna play from there because it ain't that much.
To the right of this is a streamlined water vessel, below
when
which is
the
what
when the
appears
car
to be
comes
a
back up near
submarine.
the end, pause it so that you can see the
These
because
simple images.
you see how on the hieroglyphic
Yet,
how
could we just be
well
projected?
you go back a little
Look
bit
like
because
a
now you're
helicopter.
going past it.
I'm gonna try. Hold on.
Especially they.
See what you're talking about right there. Talking about the car, the green car.
Right. So like it's got the lines on the wrong part because it looks like on the hieroglyphic that the lines are on the front of the vehicle,
Yeah,
but
it's
it's on the
coming.
back. But like look at how it's got those little accent lines on the back of this thing. And like that looks just the same as those little accent lines there. And like they said that was the looked like a boat, but that's a car. Because those old model vehicles, which they called boats too, they had those caps over the wheels so that like you could see the body would go straight and then the wheel would just kind of come out a little bit at the bottom.
Yeah.
And that's what the hieroglyphic looks like. So as far as I'm concerned, those each one of those was from the 1950s till the early 1960s. So this is when all the nuclear testing was going on, the major nuclear testing. So as far as I'm concerned, and there's like that little sign underneath the plane, the one that I said that flew during Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and it's like, you know, those weapons were compared to the sun. So it's like it looks like that plane is dropping a nuke to me. That little sun underneath it. That's what I take away from that.
Wow.
And one of the parts that was earlier in it, I brought up one of the Native American symbols for the sun, which kind of looks a little kind of similar to that drawing with the circle with the lines that come out from it.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find it.
I don't know if that was connected or not. It's going to be blurry because of the
Oh, is it
resolution,
okay?
so it's probably not going to show up.
Huh. Yeah, that's crazy, man.
It was after that part. When that plane is up, there's like some stuff underneath it. It should be at like a little over a third of the way through the video. I'll just look and get the timestamp.
Okay. I'm looking.
Be easier.
See
The timestamp is at 1:26.
Okay. It'll take just a minute for it to catch up on the. Yeah.
I see it. Yeah, see, that's the Native American symbol for the sun and how underneath it, it's like it's not a perfect circle, but then it's got those weird lines coming straight off the side of it.
Yeah, right there. Yep. It's backing up. There it is. I don't know what's right next to it. It looks like a balloon or something. Next little picture or something.
That was the aerial photo of the SAR bomb.
Oh, okay.
Of the nuke that went off in 61. But out of 3 test flights, that thing was in the air for 2 of the bombings, the one at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Like that is wild. If I was Japan, I would have said, "Don't ever fly that plane again. Dismantle it."
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Wow. Huh. 2 out of the 3. Wow. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong thing. All right. There we go. Wow. That is crazy. You know, I still say I don't know if that's a submarine or if that's that. It could be a damn alien ship for all we know. Of course, it could be a submarine.
It's got that.
It's hollow
like
in the middle.
Circular thing at the back of it that makes me think that that was the prop because that particular airplane was one of the few airplanes that had a rear propeller. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell from the photo, but it's still a prop-driven plane. It's just got the propeller at the very back of it.
Yeah. Huh. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Huh.
Is anybody left in the chat? I haven't seen anybody say anything for a while.
No, I don't know. I think it says there's 5 or 6.
Yeah, see, it says there's 5 people here.
Yeah. Yeah, and I looked that Filipino guy. He subscribed. So a lady
Is
or
that a
what?
guy? I was about to say, I thought that was a
I really
woman.
couldn't tell.
All right, if you want to, I got one more video that you can play if you want to.
Go ahead.
So this is about, there was a reporter several years, this is 2012. His name was Michael Hastings. He was gonna uncover some stuff that the FBI was doing, and he got real paranoid. He said that they were tampering with his car. He tried to get like his neighbor to let him use their car. He called his lawyer and was like, "Hey, I've got some information I want to bring to you." Well, a little after he makes that call, he ends up getting in this car crash that he was going full speed. People said that they could see sparks coming off the vehicle before he crashed. He crashes into this tree at full speed. The car catches on fire, and he's burned so badly that they can't even identify the remains anymore. It kills him. So there's an episode of Ghost in the Shell from like a decade previous that has the exact same plot line. There's this guy who has information on the government. He calls one of his old work buddies and says, "I'm on my way to give you this information right now. I'm going to show it to you." On the way there, they hack into his eyes, so he goes blind, and he has this terrible car crash. And they say in the episode that the body is burned beyond recognition. So in both cases, you have a journalist who had information on people above him that he was going to go release. He calls somebody, says, "I'm coming to give you the information." There's a hack on the way. He has a wreck. He burns to death. He burns so badly they can't identify the body. It's the exact same plot as that episode of Ghost in the Shell.
Huh. Wow. All right, here's this one. Hold on one second. I'm going to see. I'm going to mute us both right now and see if it makes the video play right. And you might have to unmute. So it's kind of an experiment because I want to see this. Let me try it without it. And if it plays fine, then we'll go with it. But I want to see if this, because it's not wanting to transition. Well,
Yeah, my internet's crapping out on me, I think. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, because David said something and it came through in one of my windows and not the other, so I think my internet's messed up. So
Here we go. Put that back there. Let's transition. Here we go. They like me playing this or something. Hold on, because I'm getting a warning. I don't know what it means. Are y'all still there?
yeah, I can still hear you.
It says warning, heads up, dot, dot, dot. Avoid restrictions on YouTube live streaming. But it don't say what I'm doing wrong.
It's because they're really anal about the anime. That wasn't a long enough clip. It shouldn't get you in any trouble.
Okay.
I'm looking for the part of the Wikipedia page, not so I can just paste it into chat because
Why are they so anal about anime for? I mean, what's the big deal about it?
it's like one of Japan's biggest exports. And Japan's is going extinct because of the whole birth rate thing, and they desperately need the income from anime and stuff like that.
Wow.
So okay, yeah. So they're like the worst when it comes to that's the two strikes that I got was from the music videos that I had made with an anime. And like you couldn't hear any of the audio. It was just like 3 minutes worth of video and then music put over it, and they fucking striked me for that.
Yeah, it went away. It popped up on the studio. And then when I took it down and all that good stuff, it went back to regular excellent stream and blah 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 blah. How
Yeah,
weird.
here we go. So this is the part that strikes me the most. I'm gonna post part of his Wikipedia entry. I hope this goes through and it doesn't get censored. Yeah, here we go. So, like they said in the anime, that the guy's body was burned beyond recognition. Quote: Hastings' body was burned beyond recognition. This guy had information on the government, on the FBI, and he got hacked and he got killed in his own car. And it's the exact same thing that happened in that Ghost in the Shell episode, down to his body being burned to the point where they couldn't recognize him anymore.
Wow. Wow. You know what? That just goes to show you they're monitoring in real time too.
And this was in
No, I'm saying
2013.
I'm talking about right now, like what just happened.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they use AI to do that stuff. That's the same thing that with that with the sports thing that you played the last time, but you played
Yeah.
more of it. There that should be incorrect. Okay, that was only like 2 minutes worth of that anime.
Yeah, I don't know. Music is like 14 seconds or something like that. I don't know what video is.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody getting a copyright strike for music though. They just copyright claim it so that if there's any ad revenue or anything, it goes to the person who made the music. I've
Yeah.
never heard of anybody getting a strike for music.
Now, what I've done when I've had copyright pop up, and this will too, I guarantee you, I can go into the studio part and go under under contents, and where it says it'll have a copyright button, and I'll click it, and it'll come up with like the one I did last night had 2 copyrights on it. One of them was a song that was supposed to, or yeah, so it was like an audio background, and it was supposed to be copyright free. It wasn't. So it gave me the choice. I could either uh, delete that part of the video, or I could just delete the audio. And then there was another part, it was copyrighted for something, and it was like 12 seconds, whatever it was. And I could either delete the sound or delete the video. So what I did, I just chose to delete that part, that little section of the video. So it shouldn't be a big deal. I mean, I guess if you kept doing it over and over again, it might piss them off. I really don't know. I don't know what's going to piss them off or not. I know that's how I've dealt with it in the past, so I figure I'll deal with the same thing. But yeah, that's weird. They're so over a little cartoon. I mean, I call it cartoon anime, whatever. It's crazy.
Yeah, like I said, that's one of their major exports now. Like I think that's bigger than their automobile export, the anime thing. That's what's keeping Japan afloat at this point. So yeah, they're crazy. I've never seen anybody as aggressive about their IP as Japan
But is
is.
there any anime that's popular today? I know it used to
Oh,
be.
yeah, yeah. Animes. You, I don't mean to say this insulting. You're just too old. All of the younger folks are crazy into anime, like you wouldn't believe.
Really? Okay. No, I am
Oh
too
yeah,
old because I
they're
had no idea.
the younger folks are crazy into it. So much of Gen Z like anime that like people on Twitter will like insult you if your profile picture is anime. It's become like this giant cultural war where Westerners like you either like anime a lot or you hate anime and you hate people who watch anime. It's like a cultural war at this point.
Hmm. Wow. Huh. That's kind of like Taylor Swift thing. And some people, when you say anything about Taylor Swift, that's like again, it's like a religion.
Yeah.
It's weird. Huh.
Well, she's kind of like one of the poster childs, one of the like faces of feminism, and feminism is definitely a religion. So
Yeah. Well, and she's not even young anymore, though. She's getting old. It's like,
yeah. Well, don't tell the feminists that. Oh, good Lord. You tell them that 35 is getting a little old and boy, they will
yeah.
go crazy.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've been seeing 2 things on there here lately. That's an Ariana Grande girl. They got her looking like she's the Walking Dead, man.
Yeah, she looks
She
bad.
looks
I feel bad for
bad.
her.
Now, I don't know if that's
I got Renee to
computer.
respond.
Nah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know if it's, but is it really her? Or is it AI? I really don't know.
No, I think that's her. I don't know if it's like Ozempic. I don't know what's going on with her, but like a lot of that stuff that happens to a lot of people in Hollywood, like the
She looks
Olsen twins.
bulimic.
Yeah, she looks unrecognizable. She looks very bad.
She
And that
used to be
happened
a
to the
very pretty
Olsen
girl.
twins. And it happened to what was that? what was the Amanda Bynes? Amanda Bynes is like the worst of all of them. Oh my God. I remember when that girl was new on all of that because I used to watch all that. And like she is unrecognizable.
Wow.
Pull up Google, you don't have to put it on screen or anything, but just Google Amanda Bynes and look at a picture of her when she was younger and look at a picture of her now. She's way worse than Britney Spears. Like Britney Spears has aged nicely compared to Amanda Bynes.
Yeah, Britney Spears just lost her fucking mind. She's crazy.
Well, Amanda Bynes
Oh wow.
went crazy too. Yeah,
I didn't know.
From what
See,
I've
I'm used to
heard,
seeing her as a young. I've seen her whatever show you were talking about. I've seen her on that. But
yeah, from what I heard, old Schneider ended up getting her pregnant, and she had to have an abortion, and she was not an adult at the time that happened. And between that and a bunch of other stuff, she's got some serious psychological. She's ruined forever. She'll never recover at this point.
yeah, she's damaged. Wow, I did not know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, there was a bunch of weird. I saw part of that documentary, like some of the shirts that they had them wear in iCarly had certain phrases on it that I'm not going to repeat.
Yeah, no, I was going to
Because,
say.
but it was code. It was a certain word, and nobody knew what it was. Well, it turns out that certain word is a highly sexualized term, and they had her wearing a shirt saying that on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, my granddaughter when she was living with us, she watched that iCarly, and it was the blonde-headed girl because, and I didn't know this, but I saw an article with her where the blonde-headed girl come out about that fat guy that was directing it and making all the Nickelodeon crap. Well, she come out about against him, but she was like 10 years older. Well, I come to find out, I thought not cartoon, I thought the show she was watching was relative to today. No, it's like a 12-year-old show she was watching. That girl later on come out against that guy, the director. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah,
remember her
Schindler.
name. Damn it, I should know her name. Schneider, not Schindler.
Schneider. Yeah. He's kind of a chunky dude, big guy. But yeah,
Yeah,
he
very
was a
big.
perv, big time. Yeah, she watched that Sam and Cat too. It was the girl. It was Sam. That's what it was. Not iCarly. It was Sam and Cat. But yeah, that's crazy. And I don't. Not that she's not doing it. Again, I'm old and don't watch TV anymore, so how would I know what anybody's doing? But um, I don't know if she's even acting anymore, to be honest. And she was pretty good in that show. I mean, I thought. But again, look at Billy Ray Cyrus's daughter back when she was Hannah Montana and all the things that she went through in her adolescent years. You know what? She's probably 25-ish now.
Oh no, she's older than that.
Is she? So I
She's at
mean,
least 30 now.
she went through a lot during her adolescent years. And maybe that's just part of being an adolescent, or maybe that's just Hollywood and everything that goes with it, you know?
Yeah, she's 33 now.
Wow.
She looks bad. Like I get it. Women age, everybody ages. That's not my complaint.
Right.
When I look at you and I'm like, you're not recognizable anymore. You don't look like I
Well, she
if
stood
the
beside
pictures weren't.
Dolly Parton one day, and hell, Dolly Parton almost looked younger than she did.
I bet if yeah, like I'm looking at the 3 pictures over now that I've Googled it and it's showing them together, and I'm like, yeah, I can. When I'm looking at them right side by side, I can tell that's her. But like if I wasn't looking at them all in one spot and knew I had just Googled it, be like, who's that?
Yep. Yeah, I agree, dude. It's crazy.
Wait, she's married to Liam Hemsworth. What?
No.
It says spouse Liam Hemsworth.
Oh, I'm thinking Chris Hemsworth. Ain't that his name? The guy that played Thor?
Yeah, that's who I thought it was at first too. But this guy is still like really. This is gonna make me sound gay. This guy's very handsome.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's good looking guys, and there's ugly dudes like me. I don't care. But yeah, it's like I was explaining to my grandson. oh, what's the guy's name? They're just claiming he had his chin redone, and I'm like, and supposedly he had a bike accident. That's why he broke his bottom mandible, so he had to have surgery to fix it. But my grandson's like, yeah, I bet he had it done. I'm like, look, dude, on a scale of dudes, this guy is like, he's already a 10. He didn't need to have surgery and have his chin fixed to be a 10. And you and I are walking around, we're barely fives, okay? And he's like, oh, okay, I get it. So, but
I know.
I can't think of his
I hate
name.
plastic surgery. People who have like a deformity or like got into an accident or something, I'm like, I'm totally fine with them getting plastic
Yeah, oh,
surgery.
hell
But
yeah.
people who are like, I just want to, I want to change my nose. Tim was talking about the other day a story about this woman who had a giant nose, and like she married her husband, and she was settling and she didn't like it, so he pays for her to get a nose job. And as soon as she gets the nose job, she divorces him and then tries to find a quote unquote better husband. And I'm like, oh my God, that is. And Tim was like, this is horrific. And I'm like, yeah, it's fucking horrific.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. Some women are just like that, though. I mean, I see your point, but there's always some hoes that are looking for a better ride somewhere else. Same way with guys. But what people need to learn is there's always somebody younger, there's always somebody prettier, there's always somebody more handsome, there's always somebody with more money. You know, sometimes at some point you got to be happy and content wherever you're at. That's my opinion.
Thought you were going to go somewhere else when you started to
No.
say there's always somebody with a bigger.
Yeah, yeah. No, I didn't go down that road, but that's true too. But yeah, I mean, there always is. So, you know, it is what it is.
I don't know. There has to be one guy out there who's like, all right, it's 18 inches. There ain't nobody else got a bigger one.
You're right. Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm sure he almost passes out every time he uses it.
Yeah, and I'm sure the woman runs like hell screaming too, get away from me. Yeah, exactly. You know, speaking of which, talking about that, look at that chick that got arrested. Where was she at? Not Indonesia. Is it Indonesia?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Bonnie Blue. I don't remember what country that was. Was it Nepal? Maybe it was
Yeah,
in
somewhere
one of
like
those.
that. Yeah, well, at one time she was with 1,000 men.
One day.
Wow. It's like, what is wrong with you?
I have seen pictures of I've seen some pictures and people are speculating that she might actually be trans because there's some pictures of a dude who looks awfully like her and is the same age.
Wow.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Huh. Yeah, these days you don't know.
But like, you got to think about it. That makes a lot of sense. Like if you were trans, and most people who are trans, like there's two things that's on their mind. Number one, they're trying to get laid and they're having problems with that. And number two, they don't want other trans people. I've seen lots of, it's just a thing. They're just like, they want cis people. Once they transition, they want a cis person.
Yeah.
And if you have one of those events like that, you get them to line up like biggest ego boost possible for somebody like that. Now 1,000 of them have lined up for me. Oh boy, I got it made.
Yeah. Yeah, but like she said, imagine being number 1,056. And here's something else that come out too, was the guy that had to do the filming. He said it was smelled so bad in there he wanted to vomit.
I know. I heard that too.
Yeah. It's like, wow.
And each one of those guys, like, can't even get a minute. Like it's less than a minute. So how do you even do that? Why?
Yeah.
The logistics of that just boggled the mind. Like, why would anybody get in that line?
Yeah. No, I'm not me, man.
Were they secretly paying the guys? Like maybe they're giving them $5,000 each, and they're like, okay, I mean, I can do that for 60 seconds for $5,000. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. Who knows? I mean, and why did she even do it? I mean, was it just to get famous? Maybe it was just pure fame.
I think she has an OnlyFans, and it's like publicity because
okay.
The oversaturation on OnlyFans is awful, and there's more women signing up for it all the time. And there's just only so many guys, and those guys only have so much money. So
Yeah, I haven't been on there. Not that I'm against, I love the woman body, whatever, but why would you go pay when you can get so much shit for free? And I'm not
Yeah,
even a
and
porn fan. I'm really not. When I was younger, I used to, dabble, hey, whatever. But I'm older now. I don't give a shit. But
I
when it's
really
free, why
hate
would you go pay for
OnlyFans.
it?
Well, what I hate so much about OnlyFans is that they're selling like this parasocial experience, and like they're taking advantage of the desperation and the loneliness of their customers. Like I don't think that's true of all porn, but
Yeah.
of OnlyFans it absolutely is. Like OnlyFans is the most evil form of porn.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to set up like fake relationships.
Right. And when Andrew I found out who Andrew Tate was before he got famous. He did an interview several years ago when he was talking about how he made all his money and how he did this cam stuff. And I saw that interview and I saw it early. And I have hated that guy since before anybody else hated him because he would talk about how he set up all those cam girls and how he had a bunch of dudes texting so that when you're texting the creator, it's some other man. And like they're just bilking thousands of dudes and tricking them into thinking they're talking to the creator. And it's really sad because these guys who are like talking to are like, that's not even them being perverted. They're just looking for some companionship. And these guys are just are bilking these lonely guys who are basically just looking for a friend, but in the wrong place.
Yeah. Well, talking about birthing rates, everything we've been talking about. All I hear about, of course, I don't do the dating thing. I'm not in the dating pool or none of that crap anymore. But all I hear people bitch about is how the dating apps don't work, and how I mean, you even look at Kill Tony, the number one podcast in the world, or live, whatever. They talk about dating apps. They laugh at them and stuff. I mean, when everybody is on their phone or they're looking down, where nobody goes to church anymore, where do you go to meet people? You go to a bar to go hook up with an alcoholic, or so. I mean, there's definitely we have a lot of societal issues that are not being addressed.
I've never heard of one of the dating apps that had a success rate of over 1%. Every time I ever hear them, it's like it's 1% or a fraction of a percent. I was listening to, and I don't remember if it was Tinder. I think it was they were talking about Tinder, and something like the average guy has to like do 500 swipes to get like 20 that'll swipe back, and then out of the 20 they'll get like one or two that will actually talk to them, and then like out of the one or two that'll actually talk to them, it's such a small percentage that even out of that it's not even one. So like the amount of dates that guys are getting out of these dating apps is so abysmally low that yeah, everybody who's talking shit about the dating apps are they're right.
Wow.
Because they'll be like, what ends up happening, and a lot of people want to dispute this, but the data shows otherwise, is that there'll be some super, super handsome guys that don't need a dating app, but they'll get on the dating app and they'll just they'll clean house.
Oh, they'll plow through 200 of them. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. They'll get a bunch of people who will match with them and then they'll date them and then they won't be loyal or anything. They'll ghost them and then he'll get all the sex he wants. And then there's a bunch of broken hearts left behind him. And I am convinced that all these dating apps are actually eugenics, that it's a covert eugenics program. I know we were talking about that earlier, but that's the purpose of the dating apps. There was this guy named Beer. I don't remember what his first name was, but he came up with a heuristic in the mid 1900s that says that the purpose of a system is what it does. So if they say that the dating apps are to help the average person to get a date, but that's not what happens, it's just one dude who's hooking up with 200 at a time, then that's the purpose of the system. And all of these dating apps are just eugenics to try to bank a whole bunch of single mothers off just a handful of 6'5" guys.
Wow.
I don't know why they're so obsessed with height. Um, and it's not just the women that are obsessed with height. The dating apps are pushing that shit too. Like Tinder
Yeah,
made
I
a
heard that.
premium. Tinder made a premium thing recently where the women will have to pay a monthly fee, a premium fee to get a height slider so that they can automatically reject all the men under a certain height.
Huh. Wow. I mean, and what's so weird is you look at Hollywood. some of the best looking men voted best looking men of all time. A lot of them have been very short men.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise is short. Brad
Yeah.
Pitt is
Yeah.
short.
Tom
You know,
Cruise. Yeah. They do. They every time he's in a movie, they have to do all these crazy camera angles. I've heard of how hard they have to work to make him not look short next to everybody
yes.
else.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, psyops. It's all psyops, man. It's
And back
I
to
don't even know if we know what reality is.
back to what you were saying about trying to meet people like in public.
Yeah.
The Gen Z dating rules are so ridiculous at this point. Like it's considered not okay to like ask a woman out if you see somebody at a gym and you think she's attractive, like you can't approach her there. Like you're not allowed to approach women and try to get a date basically anywhere. It's kind of okay at the bar, but like people don't go to the bar anymore. And it's okay on a dating app because that's a dating app, but like just in general public, you're not allowed to ask women out or to say that they're pretty. There was a dude, I saw body cam footage of this, who was at a gym and he asked, this was a little inappropriate, but not enough to get arrested for. He asked some girls there if they were interested in a threesome, and they said no. So he left. He went about his business and then didn't do anything about it. Didn't bother him anymore. Well, they got in touch with management and had the cops called. And this guy ends up getting arrested and taken off the property because he asked them for a threesome. And then when they said no, he left them alone and didn't bother them anymore. And like, yeah, when guys see that, they're like, holy shit, I don't want to get arrested because a woman told me no, and then I politely left.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, that's crazy. Wow. Yeah, the world has gone and really fucked itself. It truly has.
Renee, I've never told the girl at the gas station that she looks like she has good pussy. I can promise you that.
Right. I'll see if anything real quick has. God, that woman is horrible. That thing I picked off Renee. That thing is she's a monster.
Well, Renee, I'm not defending the guys who are that vulgar about it.
Oh my God. Renee's favorite guy is on. Didn't even notice. Minnie Manson. Looking to see if we're at war and we don't even know it. We're sitting here talking. Were you ever a Harry Potter fan, dude?
Not really. I
I
don't
wouldn't either.
dislike it. I think it's just like it's super, super basic fantasy. Like it's like I guess I guess it was kind of a children's novel, but that's what I view it. It's like baby's first fantasy novel. That's Harry Potter.
Yeah. Yeah, I was never into it. I just there's some people that were really into it though. But they were always younger than me though.
I mean, I liked it when it was new, and I watched the movies, and my mom had some of the audio books, and I listened to them in the car with her, and I liked it, but like not enough to watch it more than once, and not enough to like continue 20 years later keeping it alive.
Yeah. Now we watched a movie the other day together, and I was trying to explain. She hadn't really watched it. She'd watched it, but not really paid attention. Was the Hunger Games? Think of the Hunger. Can't talk. The Hunger Games, and how they're rationing things. We talk about rationing food and rationing things. I said, think about our society and the way we're going. We're not far away from something like that. District 5, District 11, Texas versus Oklahoma, whatever. It's really it's crazy shit, man. Oh, leg crossed too long.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I hate my internet so much. It doesn't do this unless I'm using Zoom. But whenever I try to get connected with Zoom, like it disconnects me all the time. But what you were saying, like we're not that far from Hunger Games or from Children of Men or from The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people like go go overboard on the Handmaid's Tale thing, but like, look, when this extinction event, if it pops off and keeps going, when we get into war, people get drafted. They just take resources when they want to. In World War II, they just would take metal from people. They did a whole bunch of things. And when we get to the point where we're quote unquote in a war against extinction and in a war for more fertility, they're going to do that.
Yep.
That's going to happen.
Yep, I agree. I thought of this, and when I saw this, I thought I'm going to play this for you because I don't know if you know this movie's coming out or not, but I'm gonna play it real quick. This is and it's the
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is the first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app?
the commercial URL instead of the video. Oops. All right, there it is. Yeah, this damn what makes this harder is this Zoom makes certain windows stay open and they get in the damn way when you're having to switch screens around and shit. Okay, here it is. Fix it. A new movie coming out. I didn't even know they were making this movie. I think it was in the 70s. They had it, but I'll show it to you, then we'll talk about it. If I can get it to act right. Well,
Peter Green, I don't know who that is. Wait, he's been dead. He's died in 2020.
They told us the human body has limits, that flesh and bone can only endure so much before it breaks. They were
He's been
wrong.
dead, Renee. What you talking
We
about?
just hadn't upgraded it yet. He is the ultimate weapon. Better, stronger, faster. But inside the machine, the man is still fighting to survive.
I think, Kyle, I think you've got the noise canceling somehow enabled on the videos because it's cutting out parts of the audio.
really? Huh. Yeah, I might have to work on that tomorrow. Anyway, it's a $6 million man. I didn't even know they were making this movie.
Oh God.
The audio's not really important, but I mean, you can see what they're doing.
Yeah, the idea of like a cybernetic guy isn't even science fiction anymore. I know that like the tech's not that good to like fully cybernize somebody, but like this isn't even science fiction anymore. This is just like science.
It's like
not
the next
quite yet.
generation. The next generation of robotics, where it's covered with.
Yeah.
Because look at that kid the other day that won that prize. He had made the arm, the robotic arm, and he had two hands, but he trained the computer to read his brain waves that would make the arm move. So he could just sit there and think, and this robotic arm would sit and grab a pencil. I mean, it wasn't totally smooth, but it was very impressive to say the least.
Oh, okay. Peter Green. All right. All right.
But he
Yeah,
won,
that sucks. Was Zed? I think I remember. No, I'm thinking of somebody.
he won some kind of prize. Is that who it is, Peter Green?
Wasn't that the guy who played oh God, what was
Henry
Max
Cavill.
Headroom? Was that Max Headroom? He looks kind of like that guy.
Oh, I don't know. That's a different story in itself, Max Headroom. That was a hack, but yeah.
No, I don't think it's the same guy.
But yeah, I mean that's where we're headed. Who played him? Lee Majors played him back in the what year
Matt
was
Brewer was Max Headroom,
Brewer?
so it's not that guy. No, Max Headroom wasn't like that wasn't CG. That was a guy with makeup on that just acted like he was CG.
Yeah, but didn't he hack like a news program or something like that?
No, that was somebody else who did it and used his face. He was not the hacker.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I vaguely remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was like in the 80s, I think. That's a lot.
I have never seen Pulp Fiction, so everybody who's still in the chat say, "Oh my God, you've never seen that?" Yes, yes, I've never seen Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, that was a strange movie. That was one of them Tarantino strange movies. A very good movie, but strange. That Indian guy, oh, I call him Indian, the guy with the straight hair. That dude can act. I don't know what his name is. Yeah, maybe Peter Green, or maybe that Zed guy, but he could act.
The guy who played Max Headroom played in the second Lawnmower Man. He was Job. They recast him.
Okay.
Lawnmower Man 2 was so awful, though. The only thing good about Lawnmower Man 2 was they predicted the iPhone in the second Lawnmower Man movie. Let me see what year that was.
Okay. Yeah, I know they made a part two. I just remember part one,
So,
and I don't remember part two
so
that
that
much.
was 1996.
Okay.
And about halfway through the movie, they're going to watch this virtual conference in VR. And they say, okay, everybody put on your iPhone. And they mean I as in EYE.
Mm-hmm.
But still, it's a mobile personal communication device called the iPhone. And they predicted that shit in 1996.
Wow. That's cool.
When I was watching that movie, I heard that part and I was like, what? Am I hallucinating? And I
Right.
like rewound it and I watched it a couple of times and I turned the captioning on. I'm like, I can't be hearing this right. And then I started Googling and I'm like, oh my God. No, David, this one is like there's sequels are bad, and then there's like a 12-year-old who was on acid wrote the script, and like Lawnmower Man 2 is one of the worst, if not the worst sequels I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is awful.
Yeah, I have to agree there that it was. I know. I watched some of it. I remember it, but I don't remember it that well. It was bad. It was really bad, especially when you compare it to the first one. The first one was really actually good.
Oh yeah, I really like the first
Yeah,
one.
I
The first
enjoyed
one's
it.
great.
I mean,
The CG is awful. Oh God, it's awful. But
yeah.
the movie is still pretty good.
Well, and the fact they took him as a doting idiot to a genius, basically level.
Yeah.
Like,
The guy who did that acting, yeah, did a really good job of transitioning from
yes,
mentally stunted to normal to superhuman intelligence. Yeah, it was
yeah,
great.
almost Forrest Gump level to a super
Yeah.
genius. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, while we're talking about Forrest Gump, you know that the premise of that movie was true. That there was a thing called Project 100,000 in Vietnam where they purposely, uh, uh, damn it, what's the drafted people who were below the normal IQ threshold. Let's be nice about it.
Yeah,
They drafted them on purpose so that they would not have to pay for their Social Security. And their commanding officers and the other guys in their squad, they eventually canceled it because they made the rest of the soldiers so mad because those guys ended up dying at like over 3 times the rate of everybody else. Like they were just getting massacred. And the other guys were like, we didn't sign up to execute our fellow men out here in the field.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, and Tropic Thunder, excuse me, was hilarious. Excuse me. And
I haven't
you
seen
could
that
not
movie
make it
either.
today. You could not make that movie today. They would run you out of town.
There's a bunch of stuff you couldn't do today,
Oh, yeah.
like Married with Children. They were going to make a cartoon, and the cartoon got canceled. Like
Yep.
I think that's funny that like they tried to cancel it in the 80s, and then like it was kind of culturally acceptable in the 90s and the early 2000s, and now we've kind of come back full circle to where like you couldn't make that again.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other ones that some things are worth remaking and some things aren't. But
I would have really enjoyed seeing a cartoon version of Married with Children.
yeah, it would
Apparently,
be real good.
a lot of these major studios are talking about making using AI to make new seasons of old shows with the original actors. And if they do a good job of it, I'm really looking forward to that because, like, I want to see some more Stargate SG-1 with Richard Dean Anderson, or see the second half of the first season of Firefly.
Yeah.
Like some of those old shows, if they brought them back and like, and the AI was competent, it would be really good.
Yeah, I remember one show I watched in college because it come on basically it was dinner time, whatever, and I was off at school. It was Quantum Leap, and that was different.
I love Quantum Leap.
Can't remember his name, but Al, the guy that played Al, he was a very funny guy.
Yeah, so it's Scott Bakula, and I don't remember that wasn't Al though.
And the other guy that you talked about, he played MacGyver before he played in SG-1.
Yep.
He was MacGyver, and that was when I was a kid. I loved that show.
Dean Stockwell, that was Al.
Stockwell,
and he also played in the newer Battlestar Galactica.
Yes.
I mean, I say newer, but God, that was 20 years ago now.
Right. Yeah, he's a good actor. He's a very good actor. He played that hologram very well.
Only watched like half of Battlestar Galactica, the new one, because it was just so so overwhelmingly depressing that I couldn't stand it.
Yeah, I watched it as a kid. I remember watching it when I was a little kid. But your perspective is so different when you're a child versus, watching as an adult.
I never watched the original one, but I have to think there's no way it was as dark. It couldn't have been as dark as the remake.
Probably not. It's like Land of the
remake
Lost. Look at Land of the Lost back in the 70s, or it was so the Sleestacks were wearing them suits, looked like fake lizards walking around, some kind of animatronics at Disney World, and yeah, they had the crystals and they could make portals and that's how they got there. Was they fell off of a waterfall and went through a portal and all this stuff. And then they made the one in 2007, I think. They redid it, and it was with the dark-haired chunky guy, but not him, the other guy that was so funny. Shit.
I think you're talking about Lost in Space. I remember they made a Lost in Space.
No, not Lost in Space. No, Lost in Space. They did remake Lost in Space. That was good. I'm talking about Land of the Lost.
I don't remember them remaking that. Land of the Lost.
I'll pull up the trailer for you real quick.
Well, that's all right. I can Google it. Or
yeah, they redid it with, was it Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell, yeah, in 2009.
Okay, 9, yeah. That was actually a decent. I mean, it was still cheesy as hell, but it was funny. I mean, it was.
Land of the Lost is actually on my time travel radar because they found Stanford made a new form of matter 2023, I want to say. I don't remember now. In the last couple of years, called time crystals. So now there's a real phase of matter that they've not just discovered but made called time crystals. And there are over a dozen. I talked about this in one of my call-ins. There's over a dozen examples in fiction going back to the 60s of time crystals. There was an artist who talked about his work being time crystals, and then there were several video games, and then the Land of the Lost. They use time crystal, or they use crystals for time travel. I don't think they specifically call them time crystals. In the Smurfs, the season 9, they have time crystals that they actually call time crystals that they use for time travel.
In the Smurfs, wow.
Yeah, in the freaking Smurfs.
Yeah, I watched them when I was a kid. I know they've remade them a couple of times. But
I
yeah,
got time
that's a
crystals and
weird show.
Superman too.
One chick and 100 guys. Yeah, that's kind of. I always thought that was kind of weird, but oh shit.
So I see that Kryptonians use crystals.
Yeah, Superman.
Not
They use
seeing anything
crystals.
about. I don't see them using them for time travel yet.
Yeah, they did. They used them. They damn sure did. They took his powers away with crystals. They gave them back with the crystal. I think in the Superman era, the crystals were kind of like hard drives. You know, they contained data. Yeah, Rick and
So
Morty.
the Rick and Morty episode of time crystals. So they didn't make time crystals until like after 2020, but the guy who theorized the official version that like actually does exist, I think happened in 2012. So
Okay.
anything that happened, any references to time crystals after 2012 were probably based on the actual theory, which doesn't it doesn't count anymore. If they knew that there was already a theory from them and they were just basing it on that, that doesn't really count as preemption.
Gotcha.
The stuff from this late 60s and the 70s and the 80s, though, either was preemption or proof that, like I always say all the time, that the government has secret programs and they know about this stuff before. So just because they told us that time crystals were quote unquote first theorized in 2012 doesn't mean that that's the first time that they ever came up with them.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, dude. There's so much. That's what's so crazy about it. There's so much. There's so many lies, and I mean, there's no telling what they could really do these days that we don't even know about. I mean, we're probably 50 years behind what they can really do.
Yeah, the more I learn about quantum physics and the stuff that they've got, the more I think that that the magic system from D&D is true. So the way that magic and the artifacts in D&D work, most actual people in the D&D universe never even come in contact with any type of magic or magical item. Like in their version, it's like hypertext. So like imagine in our world now that like you're a farmer and yeah, you've got some stuff, but like you never come into contact with like freaking time crystals or quantum computers. And like the more I think that things are more like fantasy than we believe.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you there. I don't know. Damn, guys, it's 1 o'clock. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's late. I'll tell you what, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with this lore. I brought this up. I want you guys to watch something actually. So it's called Space King. There's only 4 episodes of it. It's from a channel called Flash Gets, and it's really good. It's a little short animated series. Like I said, there's only 4 episodes. What got me thinking about this though was of all of the fantasy and the lore and stuff that might be true or whatever, you guys better fucking pray that Warhammer 40K, that there's nothing true about that. That is the most brutal, most psychotic fantasy world I've ever heard of. And
Huh,
if anything from Warhammer 40K is true, buckle up.
Huh. Well, I got some watching to do because I never heard of that.
That's what have you ever seen Event Horizon?
Yeah.
So that's Event Horizon is loosely based on the Warhammer 40K lore. So the way that humanity in Warhammer 40K travels is they go through this thing called the warp, which is like this kind of like subspace from Star Wars, except in the warp, there's like conscious entities. And the warp is almost like hell too, because like if you travel through the warp and you don't have the right kind of shielding, you come out the other side totally insane, mutated. It's crazy, but it's based the Event Horizon is based on that. So their ship, when they did the multi-travel thing, they didn't have shielding for the warp, and that's what drove the crew insane.
Huh. Okay. Wow. You mentioned a while ago, or someone did, Lost in Space. They actually did a pretty decent version back in like, I think the best version was like in 2010. They redid it, and I can't think of the guy's name. He's a very popular actor. Gary Oldman was in it. He was kind of the villain, or he wasn't kind of, he was one of the villains. Um, they have a newer version. They have a new series out, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah, no, I mean, quote unquote new from 2018 to 2021. The one that you and me are talking about, the remake, is so oh god, 1998. Dude, it's been so long ago for the remake that it doesn't even come up. I had to dig.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I didn't think it was that old either, but yeah, the Lost in Space quote unquote remake that you and I are familiar with was not even 2000.
Wow. I didn't know that. Huh. Because the original was like in the 60s or 50s. It was a long time
Yeah,
ago.
it was in the 60s. I'm not getting a specific date on that. Yeah, it was in the 60s. I watched a little bit of that. When I was growing up, we had cable, but like we had cable with quotation marks around it. It went up to channel 21 and not all of the channels even worked. So we had like 15 channels. Well, and one of those was Cinemax and one was HBO. And I didn't care at all about movies when I was a kid. Like one of them was PBS. So we had like 5 channels that I would actually watch.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm same. Um, we had like, actually, we only had about five. And one of them was PBS, one of them was ABC, CBS. I think it was before Fox was even really a network. Um, it probably was. It just wasn't huge yet. But yeah, yeah, Skinamax. Damn right. And what
They,
was it?
they, they've taken Skinemax from us. Now Cinemax and those things, they don't even show adult programming anymore. And now they're cracking down on the adult programming on the internet. So like we're about to be back to pre-Skinemax levels, guys.
Yeah, I know, I know. What was it? On HBO, it was Red Shoe Diaries. Uh, but yeah, that was a long time ago.
We're gonna have to go back to the old school thing where two boys would get their hands and make like a V and stick them
Yeah,
together, and then one guy could open it and look, and the other guy could open it and
right.
look.
Or back to the days of books. But yeah, it's very strange times. But all right, guys, I'm gonna get off here. I didn't know it was so late, and 'cause my kid's gonna be getting me up in a little while. But I'll be on tomorrow night sometime, and I will holler at y'all later. Y'all have a good night, and thanks
Oh,
for calling in, Synchrotron. I'm glad we
yeah,
got
no
it
problem.
working, and now that we got this, we got a whole new avenue of getting just sharing information, getting together, and so we can throw as many people as I guess up to 100 according to the. I'm gonna have to read up on it more.
Yeah, it said 100. I don't think we want to try that. That
No,
sounds.
no, because it wouldn't be nothing. Well, me and Renee talked about doing the thing on X that time or whatever it was, and it was like everybody was talking over each other and you couldn't even hear. So if it ever gets to that level, it'll be different. But yeah, uh, but it was fun. It was fun. I appreciate y'all coming by, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right. Actually, I might not be able to do this tomorrow. My throat's actually hurting. I think I've over talked. So
Okay, well that's cool. I may or may not, depends on how pissed off my old lady is too. So you know how that goes.
yeah.
But anyway, y'all have a good night.
All right. See you guys.